Had to show that to start with, obviously. Now let's see. Ah, here we go. The future of mining. What's up, the Broke Stacker? Caught this video of a possible or the probable future of robotic mining with very, very few humans. That's what this is displaying. What's up, Salty Monkey? It's displaying the future of what companies would like to see their mines be. Automated trucks, automated everything, very few humans. Just to give you an idea of what the future is going to look like for mining. Can you give me a 5x5 if you can hear me? Oh, right on. Thanks, guys. Told you there's a little bit of geology, mystical geology. The future of mining. Yes, they will. And they're showing the virtual reality headset right now of where you can pull up all the information on site wherever you're at, just without you go to your computer. New Spock systems, ore collecting subsystems. This is cool right here. It's like they're going to keep everything underground instead of have big overburdened above ground systems. Anyhow, there we go. The future of what the bigwigs want to see for mining. Minus as many humans as possible. Keep all the overburden and all the trash underneath. There's some more. Sorry about that. What's up, Chad? But yeah, they anticipating it to be as much automation as possible. It looked like they were trying to keep all of the overburden and ore and processing of the ore in an underground scenario, which actually would be more environmentally friendly for lack of lawsuit reasons, obviously. How's it going, Chad? Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, self-driving cars do have a lot of problems, actually. But when they put out videos like this, you got to look and say, what is their vision of the future? And that right there, instead of coming up with self-driving cars have enough trouble. Yeah, all that is true. But in the same instance, all of that is opportunity, because now you know where the big money wants to go, and you see that direction that they want to go. You find gaps that you can take and start a company and fill, and you're guaranteed you're going to make money. So when you see things like that, even though we are talking about a mostly robotic future for mining, the opportunity until we get to that point is incredible. Just in that, we'll have to fill the companies they're going to have to hire to fill those gaps and make the technologies work in the practical sense. There's a lot. Hey, how's it going, Long Live? There's a lot of space there for companies to be made. It's going to take years to get to that future that was shown in that video. And in getting to that future, there's a lot of money to be made. So it's your perspective when you see things like that, positive or negative. Because that video, someone put a lot of money into coming up with that video. So that means they're serious about that being the future that they want to see, whoever that they are, the people who have the money, own mines, do all this other stuff. So that's all well and good, because by the time that comes, you should be a multi-millionaire, because you see the direction they're going, which means it's like playing poker. They showed their hand. All you got to do is take advantage of it. Yeah, sure, they're going to win, but ultimately, but where are you going to sit at the table when they win? Are you going to be the one that's out of a job on the street, or the one who's cashing out because your business just made a couple $1,000,000 off of getting them to their goal that they want to see? So, you might not like it. You might like it. You might not love it. You might love it. But the fact is, there's money to be made. There's opportunity everywhere. You just have to be open-minded enough to see that opportunity and take advantage of that opportunity. And if you can do that, you'll be the one with the Lamborghini. Of course, if you're smart enough, you won't buy a Lamborghini because they're a big waste of money. But that's let's see, that's the geology part. So, anyone else have anything to say or want to talk about anything? Want to hop up on the stage? I believe I've got it pinned up there. If anyone wants to hop up on in here. I don't know if I could actually show any of my bee videos. Let me see here. I'm going to try and get you guys, because the bee LLC is in the house, and he's a big bee guy. So let me see videos here. Okay, yeah, here we go. Okay, hold on. I'll get you guys a video here. Present, share screen, share screen. That one. Here we go. Are you guys seeing that screen yet? You're seeing that screen. Let's go back over here.
I'm not sure.
That's me, by the way. If you didn't
I'd
put
like
it together.
to see the videotape of me up in there.
My partner didn't want to get up close to the hives. The bottom there is the bottom that I invented, where it says honey and the little latch underneath it. I'm just grabbing the camera from him right now because he didn't want to get that close. God, that sounds beautiful, isn't it? I love that sound. I'm hitting them with powdered sugar, because right now they're upset and they're wanting to swarm for some reason. I was still learning my system, and I didn't have it totally set. But what I did have set was powder sugar. Because when you powder sugar them,
yeah. Notice there's a net outflow. I think they're going to swarm. I think they're forming.
Yeah, they are.
There's a significant net outflow of bees and a lot in the air.
And they're all getting smoked.
no, if I'm still using smoke, apparently at that time in my career.
Let me see if I can. I don't know if the camera is picking up. They're in an incredible cloud of insects right now.
Here, you want me to open up the bottom and watch them fall out?
Yeah. Bees want to swarm. Let's let them swarm. Oh my goodness! Look at that.
Yeah, there you go. Look at that. The bottoms, how you can drop the bottoms. And that's how you can also get the dead out on the Langstroth system hive. The bees have to pull their dead about a quarter inch away from the honey supers. They're dragging their deads out the front door.
Is that the queen? Or is that a drone? No, that's a drone, a big drone,
yeah. They wanted out, they got out.
Whew.
And you can't do that with a Langstroth system hive. All those bees were
I'll
fighting
tell you what, this
out,
is a cloud of bees.
and they couldn't get out because there wasn't enough room for all, a couple 100,000 to get out all at once.
I'll get them going all back in.
And like I said, on the video, now they're going back in. They run off of pheromones, and it takes a while for all of the bees to get the pheromone or the new orders from the queen. And what I did is I messed up their chain of command by releasing all of them at once by dropping the bottom. And of course, you see I don't have a suit on, Mr. LLC. And look, they're swarming, going in and out. And I'm also standing
Yeah,
right
I
in
think so.
front of the opening. The opening, if you can see, is on the honey.
All right, I'm gonna hit
There's
the other side.
written honey on the O and the E.
Man, oh man.
Hey, good job, man.
Anyhow, that's a good little video.
I'm not sure.
Okay, let me get back over here. Yeah, there's a lot of bees. This is one of many. I have, like I said, I came up with a whole new beekeeping box system to care for the bees, a more what I call beegonomic system. I was thinking of the bees during the whole time I created my box bottoms and thinking of how they worked, what would make their lives easier in the creation of a home for them, which wasn't thought of in the Langstroth system. What Langstroth was just thinking of was a way to keep them in a box, because if you do a historic study on the bee box, there were some interesting ways that they had to keep bees, and it was very destructive to the human when it came time to harvesting the honey, and the system had to be made. And he just happened to come up with the Langstroth system, which was rather simplistic. He didn't put no time into thinking about the bees or the beekeeper or anything else. So I just came along and modernized it. Actually, Chad, bees are very therapeutic for a lot of nerve issues. What's his name? Michael J. Fox has, I think it's, what does he have? MS or something? He takes bee therapy, where he goes and intentionally gets stung by bees to help the venom of the bees, poison of the bees reacts with our nervous system, and it stops him from twitching. Because that's why you don't see Michael J. Fox on TV or video much. And when you do, he's got these little twitches. He just took a bee sting therapy before he went on stage, so he won't twitch as bad. And also, that system you saw, it was on a trailer. You're actually not supposed to go up in front of the hives that much. When you go to access them, you're supposed to go to the inside of the trailer from behind the hives, and you have full access to both sides of the trailer and both hives within 3 foot of you, and you can do a lot of things and be less evasive to the hive. And that was the whole point, because the most evasive species to the bees is the beekeeper, because they're always going, because you have to go inside. For the Langstroth system, you have to actually physically open the box up and see what's inside to find out what the bees need. You know, is there a moth problem? Is there a wasp in there? Is there a humidity problem? But if you screen the bottom, you can just go into there with a mirror and look up, and you can get all the same information without opening up the hive and disturbing the bees. So that's just one very good benefit for the beekeeper and the bee in my system that I invented. And that's just one of many benefits to both of the bee and the beekeeper. If you notice that entryway that all those bees were coming out of, they were little 1-inch round holes. And instead of having little 3 or 5/8 pieces of wood, I used 2x4 or 2x6. That way, that hole was 1 3/4 inches. That means if a wasp were to land and go inside one of those holes, they would have to walk 1 inch before they even entered the base of the hive, at which case the guards could stop him from going any further, come in around the back, enter on top of him, literally swarm around the hornet, about 12, 13, 15 bees, flapping their wings, getting their temperatures up to about 103 degrees, and literally frying the hornet to death before he even enters the hive. So it's a lot more protective a system. Yeah, that's right, Brooke. Thank you. It's Parkinson's disease. But that's how they kill wasps, is getting their wasp body temperature up to 103 degrees. And it's easier for them to do that if they have a circular entryway that's 1 3/4 inches, because they can trap the hornet in the middle, and there's more than enough room for that many bees to get around it. And the wood actually helps retain the heat, so it's actually a better defensive setup for the bees. Like I said, I put 6 years of study into it, a lot of time thinking about bees and what what would make their life easier and safer and make them feel better, because a happier worker is a more productive worker. And if you're wanting honey, you got to make the bee happy. And that's why I started using powder sugar instead of smoke to quote unquote smoke them, because the smoke throws them into a basic panic mode, and they're not going to attack you, because they're going to get his honey and wax, and they're going to go fly outside. And this is obviously another evasive. It's kind of stupid. It's actually very invasive to do that to the bees, because they think that their house is burning. They're grabbing as much shit as they can and leaving the house. Then you go in the house, check it out, and then they come back and say, oh, the house isn't burning. So it screws up their whole day. Now they got to put everything back in, rebuild the wax they took, because when they swarm, they take enough wax in that swarm to do enough to make a hive, 3 or 4 combs, so they can start a hive, a house. So where do they get that from? Well, they dismantle their old one. So every time you smoke them, you're screwing the hive up. You're totally pissing them off, actually. So I started using powder sugar, because if they get hit with powder sugar, and it was during the height of the varroa mite colony collapse, and I found if I powder sugared them, they went into a cleaning frenzy, and all of them started to clean each other. And in the cleaning of each other, they would knock off the varroa mites, and I'd have a cleaner hive, no pests, no mites, and they just got some free sugar, which means they didn't have to go get it. So, oh, broke stacker, and I went through all my consulting days a long time ago. I actually consult people. Oh, I'll have to consult you. Oh, you want me to help you out? Yeah, I'll do that. No problem whatsoever. 6 years, Salty Monkey. I was a beekeeper for 6 years. And in those 6 years, I really didn't concentrate on making honey. I did come up with honey, a lot of it, quite frankly, because the system I created using the bees and whatnot, they were happier. A lot of the tasks that they had to perform because of the Langstroth hive were taken away from them when I created my system for them. So they had a lot of more spare time to go out and get pollen. So they actually created a lot more honey, and actually created a lot more larvae and a lot more bees. And I had to split them a lot more. And so there's actually real good money. There's better money in beekeeping using my beekeeping system than there is using the Langstroth system, because the bees create more bees using my system because they're happier. They grow more because they're getting more food, and you just keep adding boxes, and they grow and grow and grow. And then you separate the boxes out and put new boxes in, and you don't disturb the growth. You sell one of those boxes for $300. It doesn't really affect the size of your hive, because the queen produces as many as it took to replace the dying ones with the Langstroth system in the bad conditions, but they're better conditions in my hive system, so they don't actually die as often. So it's a numbers game. You got 100,000 and 20% die off every week in the Langstroth system, only 15 or 10% die off in my system. Yet the queen produces the same amount of larvae. You're getting 5 to 10% more bees every week, just not having die off. So 100,000, 10%, that's 10,000 extra bees a week. If in 1 month you have 40,000 extra bees, it's exponentially better. And that's just one of the many ways that my system works better than the Langstroth's beekeeping system. Because like I said, every time, if they grow like that, 40,000 bees is all you need to sell a nuke. A nuke is a smaller beehive you could sell for $300. So every month you could literally get $300 off of breaking your hives apart, separating, pulling out a full box of bees and giving it a separate bottom and selling it and putting it in an empty box so the bees can continue their growth. And if you keep them on that ramped up phase, and you keep them in a pollinating area where they can get their food, they will grow and grow and grow. And you keep them together like you saw in that video where I had 8, because I had a small trailer. Didn't have a lot of money. You keep 8 of them together side by side. There's this thing called the warm way and the cold way to set your hives. If you set them together the warm way, which is the way I had them set up, they share heat in the wintertime. And most of your bees die off in the wintertime. It takes them a couple months to build back up to speed so they can start pollinating in the spring. So if they don't die off in the wintertime, you get 30, 40,000 more bees on day 1 getting you honey, to where everyone else has to take a month or 2 to get their hives up to the size that your hives already are up to. So you're ahead of the game every year just by keeping your bees closer together and keeping them warm through winter through their own heat. They're just sharing heat. They're not doing anything. You're not spending any extra money. It's just the way you think about how you set them up. And if they're inside a contained device, which that trailer was, well, then they're protected from wind and rain too, which also keeps them drier and warmer. And well, therefore they won't die off. And, you know, come springtime, day one of springtime, I don't know, day 30, you're pulling honey where everyone else is still saying, oh, my hives aren't grown big enough yet. And you're making money while they're yapping because they're doing it the old school way. Oh, no, I've got that bee trailer in my garage. I shelved that back in 2017 or 18. I shelved that and went on to other things. Chad Wolfenstein, the reason for that is because there's actually a science behind the sound of the bees. The frequencies the bees give off is a very tranquil frequency. What's up, Attila? To humans. And it's been known to help people with PTSD and other issues with anger and stuff like that become more tranquil and able to deal with others. See, and that's another thing about Attila, black bears. And if you stick them inside a trailer like what mine was that I showed you, the wings of that trailer were up, being used as shade. But when I closed it up, I dropped the roof, which is shingled, down, and I secure it, and the whole trailer is secured. A bear, I guess he could tip the whole trailer over, but he would pay the price, obviously, and you'd have problems the next day. But if you like secured the trailer down to where it couldn't be flipped, the bear would not be able to get inside it. He would still do damage to the trailer, and you'd have to pay for the damage to the trailer, but he wouldn't destroy your hives. And if you look, there's lots, I've seen videos on how people up north defend their hives against bears, and it's real hard. I didn't put too much thought process of that in particular hazard when I built the prototype mobile apiary, but like I said, the awnings were of the beehive trailer are big enough. When you pull the awnings down, the only thing that is exposed is the 2x6 front door of the bees and that little bottom area. And on my finished product, that was a prototype. On my finished product one, that issue would be solved. And actually, on my finished prototype one, the bear wouldn't be able to get in because it would be a fully enclosed. And but I shelved it because of money. I need money to get that idea out. Oh, in the wintertime, like I said, the Broke Stacker, that beehive trailer, you pull the awnings down, and then you've got a totally enclosed trailer with 8 hives that maintain the temperature of 101 degrees in an enclosed box. Yeah, you know, the more airtight you make it, the better that is, because then you've got 8 space heaters keeping themselves and the ambient temperature on the inside of that trailer a lot warmer, and the outside of the trailer temperature is a lot less effective to them. So that way, a lot less of them die in overwintering. Because I've seen videos of sideways in the wintertime, a beehive, and because it was a thermal image, so you could see through the box, what happens with the bees is they coalesce in a big ball inside that square box of a hive. And as the cold hits, it penetrates, it kills the outside ones off, and the ball gets smaller and smaller and smaller. And in the center of that ball is the queen. And she's the only one that needs to live. All the other ones sacrifice themselves for her life. That's the system that every beekeeper uses. And that's why they have small hives in the springtime when it first starts off. But if you have 8 of those larger than basketball-sized balls inside an enclosed trailer, and all of those balls are radiating 101 degrees, and 4 of them are side by side, the likelihood of them getting down to the temperatures to where they would die off had been significantly reduced by like 1,000-fold. and you will hardly lose any bees. You will lose a few, but not many at all, because they're sharing heat. And that's when I was talking about the warm, setting them up the warm way or the cold way. When you set hives side by side, if you set them up the warm way, they actually share heat. So now what you have is you have a 4-foot or 6-foot long radiator of 101 degrees instead of a 1.5 foot long one. Yeah, no, if you stayed in that trailer, yes, it could save your life in the wintertime, Chad. You would sleep well because the sound of the bees bzzz, and the heat they give off would keep you warm in wintertime. It's a beautiful idea, and no one in history has ever come up with a mobile system like that. That's why I had to come up with a whole new system of beekeeping, because when you move bees, there's rules you have to follow. One of those rules is if you're going to close them up in the morning or night or whatever and move them more than 1 mile. Let them stay for 24 hours, then move them back if you wanted to move them like 10 foot over from where they were. Because if you just move them 10 foot over from where they were, they'll all swarm away and you'll lose all your hives. You have to move them 1 mile away, over 1 mile away, so they can reset their GPS, let them do their thing in the daytime, in the nighttime, go that over 1 mile away, lock them back up, and then bring them back 10 foot further over from where they were initially. There's a lot of things that you got to pay attention to when you're dealing with bees, or else you could really lose your hives. Yeah, it doesn't matter, Gerald. It doesn't matter at all. As a matter of fact, in that mobile apiary system, if I made a 10 hive system, you could pollinate 5 acres with that one trailer without taking the bees out. If you took 10 beehives to pollinate 5 acres of someone else's field, you'd have to individually stack them, put them on pallets, cover them, transport them, unstack them. For my system, in the early mornings, you just stick wine quarts in the openings. They're not going to fly out. You move them. Hopefully it's more than a mile. Put them, in their 5-acre area where they're going to be pollinating. Just park your trailer, set it up east to west, north to south, level it as much as you can. Take the wine quart bottles tops out of the holes, and they just start their day pollinating, because they start their pollination from as soon as they get, hey, what's up, Matthew and Gerald? As soon as they get out of the hive, they start looking, and they go in a circular pattern. So you'd want to stick them in the middle of any field that you'd pollinate. And that's another way that you make money too, the smaller farmers are becoming more common than the multi-million acre farmers. You're going to find lots smaller farmers, 10, 20, 50 acres, 5 acres. And those are the ones you need to hit. And there's no real map yet because they're coming and going, but a lot more coming and going. So you just got to look in your local area, find people, a farming institution or something, say, hey, I can pollinate, 5 acres. Who do you have? And you have year-round, almost year-round pollination, not about 7 months of pollination. And you get pollination contracts where you get $150 per hive, to where if you have 10 hives in a trailer, you get $1,500 every 2 weeks for pollination contracts, plus the honey and the wax. So there is money to be made, even in a short season. And in a short season, because it's on a trailer, you can just lock them down, drive them 500 miles south, stick them at some new person's place that you just met, that's a good friend of yours, and say, hey, run this for the winter time and split profit. And you can keep them running year round because it's mobile. It's in a trailer. Matthew. Hey, and anyone's welcome to come up to the onto the show if you want to talk about beekeeping. I am an expert beekeeper. As a matter of fact, that design you just saw in that video, there is an ichthyologist, Dr. King, supposedly very renowned, world-renowned for beekeeping, down in Tanzania, and her vision that she came up with for what my system is, which is a mobile elephant fencing system. Her system is like first grade compared to mine, and I didn't even go to college. Actually, let's just see, the flowers. Yeah, it's the nectar they go for. there might be some plants out there that don't flower and still produce nectar. I'm not too sure on all the plants in the world, so I can't say for sure on that one. But I do know there's a lot of green plants, like stick plant, that has no leaves or flowers, and they got to reproduce somehow. Oh, that's a bad way to do it, Matthew, because our politicians are about to find out they're going to have a bad life. But I did the numbers, and you could make $30,000 to $50,000 easy with that one beehive, one bee trailer. Yeah, not a problem, Broke Stacker. As a matter of fact, if you want my phone number, a couple people out there have it. If you get a hold of them, give me a call. I'll talk bees all day long. I don't know if Mad Honey's good. I've actually never heard of it, Matthew. If it has to do with mixing weed and honey, I grow. Quite frankly, I grow some hella good weed. I came up with my own strain through crossbreeding. Took me 3 years to get the seeds from Gen 1 to Gen 5. Guaranteed female. Only person in the state I know that can guarantee female on every seed be female. And I've had return clients who buy seeds. Well, not buy. I give it to them every year. That say every year, every seed I give them is female. And when they go buy them from these pot stores, guaranteed female seeds, they pay like $10 to $20 per seed. About half of them are male because they get greedy, as all corporations do, and they don't wait the full. Well, I didn't wait either, but I do outdoors, so it takes me like about 3 years to come up with a Gen 5 seed, which is a guaranteed the traits you want passed down through the plant to the seed, guaranteed every year, back, and you get the same plant. And I grow that every year, and that shit is the bomb. But I like a heavy stone weed because as an iron worker, I deal with lots of pain, and I find if I do a heavy indica hybrid, heavy on the indica on the hybrid part of it, it takes care of a lot of the pain, helps me manage pain very well. Of course, other people that smoke it end up falling asleep. So they can't smoke my shit at work, but I smoke it at work. What's up, Jeffro? Does nobody want to come up here on stage and hang out with me and talk some shit? You guys make sure to like and subscribe. Get some more people in here so we can bullshit. Hey, what's up, Thurand, excuse me. Oh, there you go. Yeah, you got a mother plant. You get yourself some root. Oh, there's lots of different rooting substances, root gel, root powder, all this other stuff. And you just clip off and you stick it in that. You stick it in your little pot and you let it get some fucking roots to it. The only problem, Thurand, with making your own clones, every year you pull from the mother. The second time, it's like generation 1, 2, 3. It's like seeds, except for in reverse. The first time you pull clones, the weed will be pretty good. The second time you pull clones, it won't be as good. Third time, it won't be as good. By the time you get the fifth time pulling clones off that plant, because of the stress level of the mother, the genetics of the plant won't turn out as high a level of THC at the finished flowering period. So only pull like 3 generations off of one mother plant before you flower the mother plant out, and then go get another one, or you should already have another one. Right on, Matthew. Take care, brother. Of course I'm correct, Thurand. You were talking to a man that behind him on his right on his shelf, he had, what was the guy's name? Hello, have you heard of this guy? Jack Herrera. If you are a weed connoisseur, you should have heard Jack Herrera. I know him personally because when we were passing Prop 215 in California, a little bit around, I don't know, 2008 or something like that, we were hanging out at this pot club down in Berkeley. A couple other famous people from Normal, the magazine the group organization, normal, we'd all hang around there and come up with ideas. And we came up with a coalition of growers. And we actually had down in LA and in Oakland warehouses where we had coalitions of growers coming up with strains left, right, and center till the FBI busted the whole thing down in LA. And we just shut down because as soon as they called us from LA and said, hey, we're being raided, we burned all the paperwork and shut down and ended all those operations. I know a lot of stuff about growing weed, brother. And actually, my interest isn't in actually as much growing the weed as it is growing the soil. It pisses me off when people use chemicals. It tells me they don't know how to grow. I don't use, well, it's, I don't know if they're actually chemicals. I use azospirillus and micros, but those are more of a fungi-based. It allows the fungi network in the soil to connect with symbiotic root systems to where the symbiotic plants over, a certain number of feet away can start sharing resources. And I found out that the tomato plant and the canis lily both draw different things out of the air, are symbiotic to the marijuana plant. So when I plant my marijuana plants, I put azospirillus and micros on the root systems of the seedling or the clone. When I put it in the ground, and then a couple feet away, I plant a canis lily and do the same to its roots, and I plant a tomato and do the same to its roots. So that way, and I don't know which one does which, but I'm just, for example, if the tomato plant pulls out more potassium out of the air or something I know there's not that many things in the air, but each of the three of those plants pull different chemicals out of the air and load up on them. I think the tomato pulls more water out of there. I don't know exactly what the tomato plant or the canis lily pulls out, but I believe it's nitrogen, but I'm not sure. But anyhow, and they get an abundance of the substance that their plant type pulls out, and it goes to the fungi network, and they share resources. All I do for plants, and I've gotten plants 16 foot tall, all I do is water and sunlight, because the soil is so damn fertile, and I use symbiotic plants that will naturally feed fertilizers to other plants. Jeffro, no, I drive through it if I even care to drive that far anymore, and it's only like 30 miles south. But I've been out here for 30 years, and I've built half that town, half San Francisco, and I'm tired of those areas, so I try not to go there as much as possible. Garden tutorials right now. No, I actually didn't. And another thing about the tomato, when you grow like that, when you put the tomato with the canis and the weed, your tomatoes will continue to, unless they freeze out. I got tomatoes up until December, but only from the plants that I put in the symbiotic system with the weed and the canis lily. My other tomatoes quit in like October. So they actually produce more fruit if you grow that way. What's up, Jake? I know. Hey, you're salty in the background waiting. Sorry about that. I was looking at my car that you have in your front yard. No, I don't think he can hear us. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, you can.
I can't hear anybody else.
Well, that's because no one else is talking. It's just you and me up here.
Okay.
What's up, C4? Well, I missed everyone. Once I start talking every now and then, I go off on a rant. I close my eyes and I go in my brain and I start reading what I know out of my brain, and I close my eyes so I don't look at chat. Sorry about that, guys. $1,800 foot elevation is good. It means you get less particulates in there and more pure sunshine. That's another thing. Lightning actually purifies the air. If you ever around in a lightning storm, after it's over with, it smells like cut grass. That's because it's purified the air. The particulates in the air from the lightning get charged, and all the small microparticulates float in the air fall to the ground, and you actually have cleaner air. It's nature's way of cleaning oxygen that we breathe.
Except for the burnt human smell you smell.
Well, yeah, that's if it gets too close to you. And I tell you what, the closest I've been to a lightning strike would be, I guess, 75 foot. And man, that is close enough.
Yeah, I had a small bolt go over my head. I had the top down in the convertible, and man, the hair on my arm stood up.
Oh, yeah.
Then
Oh,
all of a
yeah.
sudden, crack.
Yeah, then your earball, your like eyes fucking, you go blind for a little bit, and you go deaf for a little bit. 'Cause it's
Oh,
loud.
it wasn't that close. It was just
Oh.
it was maybe like 100 feet up, and it was a small bolt, and it didn't hit anywhere near that I could tell. It just cut loose above.
Oh yeah, sideways shot. Right on.
Yeah. Hey, is there any chance that I could come over and take a look at that trailer you got, your B trailer?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, you want to do one?
We're gonna need bees. Jim, the guy that owns the property with the
Yeah.
farm, he was talking about needing bees. He actually mentioned it. What, yesterday? Saturday, right? Or Friday? Friday.
Well, like I said,
Yeah, Friday.
each hive, what was it 10 for 5? Each hive can cover in a 2-week time period, I think, like fully pollinate like 1 acre or something like that, because it's like 10 hives for 5 acres in 2 weeks is what they cover. So if you can do the math on that, depending on your layout of your land, you can move them around on that land in the same bloom period. But yeah, actually, if he only wants to use them part-time, I can just use my trailer, just fill it up, put your bees in it, and keep it on the property there and move it around, and you can use that instead of wasting your money on buying and building one, because it's like, oh gosh, expense wood, stuff like that, trailer. It's probably less than $1,000, maybe somewhere around.
Let me look on Craigslist for a trailer in the area.
Yeah, it's I got a Harbor Freight, the smallest build yourself trailer kit you can buy.
Oh, okay.
Small tires. I upsized the tires because of the weight of the pressure of all that wood being added to it. I didn't want to pop the tires, so I upgraded the tire size so it holds more weight. But it's actually the smallest. Yeah, I think it's a 4x8, Jake. And it's a Harbor Freight. So, and it was like this. Oh fuck! Well over 10 years ago, it was like $300, $299, something like that. So I don't know what the price of it would be now. Again, I went with the smallest and the cheapest.
Okay. I'm seeing camping trailers. I'm not seeing any little box trailers. Oh, I was thinking also for keeping it warm in the wintertime, one thing you can do if you keep an engine block in a shed or a garage, put a little 40-watt light bulb in there and you plug it in, and that's enough heat just to keep it warm, so you won't get condensation in the block and rust.
Yeah. The thing is, the bees keep their whole hive at 101 degrees. All you got to do is capture that heat. And inside the trailer, because the trailer is box shaped and it's closed in, the heat will rise and then hit the holes and then come out. It'll keep the whole inside of that trailer to about, with outside wind hitting on the outside and that differential, it'll probably keep it about 80 to 90 degrees on the inside of that trailer if you have 10 hives there. So you don't have to worry about the bees dying off in the wintertime, because they are on the inside of the trailer. Their door to go outside is on the outside, or on the, opens up to the outside, but it's at the bottom of the hive. So if they're bald, and again, little small circle, like about like that size right there for an opening, like a wine bottle top, 3 of those, and you can close 2 of those off. So the winds in the bottom screen, you can put some plexiglass in there to keep the wind, and you've pretty much done more than enough to keep. They'll still get a little circulation, but it'll be more than warm enough. As a matter of fact, you'll find out you'll have to stick a dehumidifier in there.
Okay.
Because when they're making honey, what the bees do, and no one considers this, but if you look at the bees, a bee lands on you, just stop and look at it, and look at its wings. If its wings are pristine, it's a young bee. If they're torn and some scratch, tears in them and whatnot, it's an old bee, because they flap their wings. What they'll do is they'll get the pollen on their legs. You'll see them, purple, red, or yellow pollen on their legs. They go back to the hive, stand over this comb, eat that pollen, regurgitate up honey into their comb. It's about 90% humidity. What they do then, and what people don't know, is they stand there and they flap their wings, getting rid of that humidity till it's down to about 3 to 5%. And they'll flap their wings there and just stay there and flap their wings, getting the humidity out of that honey that they regurgitated. Then they cap it. So anything that you can, and that's a lot of humidity, and it all goes up to the top of the hive inside that box. And if it's a trailer, you're going to have 10 of those doing that, or in my design, 8. So you're going to have to definitely have a dehumidifier.
Right.
And that's a good thing, because then you have a constant water source no matter where you go, because they create it. You don't have to worry about bringing water. You just turn on the dehumidifier, and they create the humidity. You're just pulling it out of there and feeding it to them in water, so they have a water source. You can put them in the middle of the desert at Death Valley during bloom seasons where there's no water, and they will create water to water themselves. It's a beautiful system that I have. It's really, really all together. It does everything as much as possible for the bees. So the beekeeper doesn't really have to do anything. Because also, if you stick a dehumidifier in there, it's pulling the humidity out of there. If you put like 2 dehumidifiers in there and put them down to like 10%, but you're going to be helping those bees out. And now, instead of them spending 2/3 of their lifetime standing over a comb flapping their wings, they're spending 1/3 of the time doing that. You know what else they're doing? They're spending the rest of that time getting pollen, making more honey. You know what that means? Your production just tripled, because you stuck dehumidifiers in there and you took their job away from them. And you also took away a harmful part of their job that destroys their wings.
Their job has been automated.
Pretty much.
Just like at McDonald's.
Exactly. Then I thought of this back in the early 2000s. What's up, Indy? But if you do that, just putting 2 dehumidifiers in there, that would save them half their life standing over the hive trying to dehumidify that honey. Because you can automate that, help them. Because at the top of all the hives, they've got holes for the humidity to go out. And that's another problem that causes mold and mildew, which also hurts the hives. So if you stick a dehumidifier in there, that humidity won't build up in the hive. And that'll also knock out a medical problem that they face. And also
problems with a lot of fungus.
Yeah, because it's a high humidity environment. Anywhere you get, look at tropical rainforest environment is what it's like inside a hive. Because if you're taking lots of things that start off at a 90% humidity and you're flapping your wings, getting them down to about a 3 or to 5% humidity, and you only have a small hole for all that hot air and humidity to come out, and you've got 10,000 these little screws doing that, that's a lot of humidity. Not all of it could be, make condensation and then get sucked up by the wood, and then mold and mildew will grow. And so the quicker you get that humidity out, the less that happens. Therefore, the healthier the bees and the hive. I put a lot of time and thought into this, but a lot of science. I actually should be. If I got paid minimum wage for the time I put into this, I'd probably have $1 million. Because I put a lot of time into it. 6 years of my life to develop this system.
So do you just have what the fresh air coming in the hole?
It comes in the holes that the bees go in, and the bottom screen.
Is there an exhaust vent in the top or anything to get some of that humidity and heat out?
On the hives, yeah. Every hive, the top of the hive, they've got on the roof of the hives is a 2-inch by 4-inch screened in, so no enemy pests can get in, and no bees can get out either. Because it's in there above their honey super. You put a lid on top of the honey super, and the lid has a built-in little oval shape that helps the humidity get out. But again, the Langstroth system hive was designed for an outside system. I never got around to reinventing the top, because if I were to reinvent the top, I'd probably make it a larger opening, just for the dynamics of getting that humidity out and giving less space for dew to build up and turn into a water droplet that would cause humidity, mold or mildew. But if you're going to have a dehumidifiers inside the trailer, you're not going to have that problem, because it's not going to have time to build up. It's being pulled out. Instead of they're flapping their wings, pushing it out, with the dehumidifiers sucking it, it's pulling that humidity out of the hive. And that's what makes the job of the bees easier and less time consuming. And the less time they have to spend in the hive doing jobs, the more time they can be out getting pollen and making honey. And that's where the money comes from, the honey and the wax and the pollination contracts and the selling of the hives. Because in the whole life cycle of doing this, if you maximize the production parts of all part of their lives, they're also going to create more bees, which means like right now, beekeepers maybe once a year will add a box to their bees because they grow slow. Under this system, every 3 months at least, you'll have to add a box and take one away, which means you'll have to sell a box for $300 full of bees every 3 months, which adds $1,200 a year to your income on top of the honey and the wax. And that's a minimum and that's per hive. So if you have 10 of them, that's $12,000 you just made in selling bees.
Now, is this trailer designed so that the bee boxes is there a standard size and shape? And
yeah. Nothing. The box size has the only thing I changed was the bottom. And the old Langstroth bottom, all it was a flat piece of plywood. That's all it was, with a little board on it, so you just set the box on top of to give them about that much room to climb in, and about that, about 9 inches or 11 inches wide. But it was a total barbaric system for bees. I came in with the empire and modernized their society with my system, and also made it easier for the beekeeper and profitable. Which anytime you're making more money, it's going to be more fun. Right. Oh, I'm going to go make money instead of I got to fuck with bees. And because there's a screen bottom, and I elongated the bottom by 6 inches, the males, when once a year when they create males, the comb is a certain size. When you buy the comb, they come in plastic or wax already with the little comb design. That's for the honey size and for the female larva. The male larva is about twice that big, and they usually take up 2 frames when they do the male brood. And that ruins a lot of your production and room for regular female brood and honey. So you're losing. So that's another reason why I extended my bottom down 6 inches. Because what I found is if they have the opportunity in hive, they would prefer to build the male brood underneath the frames of the honey supers and the female broods. And also because I have a drop bottom screen after the males are born, I can just drop that, reach in there, pull the comb out, and it's totally out of the way. It didn't affect the hive at all. It didn't take up any space. It's a lot more convenient, and it's now out of the way, and I got a couple pounds wax. Oh, and another thing about the wax, if you study it, Catholic churches have to buy beeswax candles that are made with 90% beeswax. So you're always going to have an opportunity to sell your beeswax by the pound to candle makers for Catholic churches to have candles.
Gotcha.
So it's a guaranteed market. And that's another way I didn't even include that in sales, because I never got to that part of it.
Okay.
But there's more money in that as well. Every part of it's a money-making industry. It's just maximizing it. And in maximizing it, you don't think greed of what's maximizing for humans. I thought of maximizing the bees' time and making their lives easier.
Improve their efficiency.
Improve their efficiency and their lifestyle. Because if they're not, doing meteoric tasks that'll screw their wings up, which is their life, then they're out there more out, like me, they're out running around, except for they're just getting pollen. I just go out running around, don't bring back anything. What's up, Diabolical and Silver Boy? Sorry I didn't see y'all in there already. I've been running my mouth. But yeah, there's you can make a good living if you had a 10 hive bee trailer. And like right now, there's a new industry. Monoculture is going out. Your small farmers are coming in. So you have to make these contacts with these small farmers within 200, 300, 400 miles, however far you want to drive. It's a drivable system. You just drop the trailer hitch onto your hook and drive away after you put wine corks in the, it's not hard to move them at all. It's simple to move them. I mean, easy. If you got a 10 hive system, you have, 15 wine corks on one side, 15 wine corks on the other side. In the morning, early morning, you just go out there and plug them up before they go flying. And then you drop your trailer hitch onto your hitch and you drive off to wherever the hell you're going to drop them. And then you just take those wine corks out, put your tongue down, unhook your trailer, drive off. They're there for 2 weeks. You're getting paid. Real simple. The other way of doing it is like, say, you got to get out there usually with a buddy because they're heavy, and you got to pick them up, load them up on the trailer or truck. And then when you get out there, you got to put down pallets and drop them off on the pallets. And it takes like 7 or 8 times as long. And you usually get stung a few times because the bees aren't happy.
Right.
But if you use a wine cork in a round hole, the wine cork fits perfectly. There's no way those bees will get out. In the Langstroth system, it's about 11 inches long by 3/4 inch high, and you got to make a special piece of wood and hope like hell it stays in there, you know. And usually the bees, if you leave a little, they're like roaches. You leave a little squat like that for them to get out, they'll squeeze and get out and start just running out, and you'll lose bees in transport.
Well, you're not going to lose too many, are you? I can't imagine you'll lose a lot.
Dude, I have seen. That's why they put this when they transport them by semi truck. If you ever see it here in California, they put this green mesh on top of them. This real fine mesh.
Right.
That's to hold all the bees that escape. It's not to hold the hives down. It's to hold the bees in that escape. Yes, you will lose that many. The Langstroth system sucks ass. My system's a hell of a lot better. Later on, Bellico, are you leaving? No, maybe.
Okay.
But yeah, you're more than welcome to come down and see the system. As a matter of fact, like I said, it's in my garage. I've got it, you know, it's gathering cobwebs right now until I get money to finish up and make a proper prototype. That's a prototype, not ready to be used for commercial use. I mean, I used it. I had it out in the field. It works great. It's good for small, you know, like what you want. But it's not to the point to a finished product.
How big is the footprint of the trailer? Is it like 4x8 or is it
5x10 with the tires that stick out?
Okay.
It fits behind the width of a car.
Okay, I'm looking at here. Tractor
narrower
Supply
than
there
a
for
car.
675. Harbor Freight 520. Let's see, 48. Yeah, this is a 4x8.
Yeah, that's probably it. How much is it nowadays?
Harbor Freight's $520. Tractor Supply is 675.
Yeah, it's almost doubled, but I bought my, oh shit.
I found one on
14 years ago.
Craigslist for $2,000. But this one's got, well, a foot high sidewalls on it and stuff. No, maybe 2 foot high.
And that's why when you go to build one, I was also thinking for ergonomics of the human, when you step into the trailer, what height do you want to be at to pick stuff up and move it around?
Yeah.
And then I set the boxes up there, and I got a comfortable height that I thought was good for me. Average height's 5'11", 6 foot person. And then I built the infrastructure to hold everything off of that design. And that was the only part that I thought of the humans of. That and the simplicity of being able to just coming out the back door. All you got to do is turn sideways with the honey soup or hand it to your buddy, and it's outside. Any extra bees hanging out there, they're all outside. And then you put a new one on, and then you repeat that move 4 or 5 times one way, and then turn around and do the other side. And you've just taken off 10 honey soupers in less than a minute. And usually it takes longer to do it than that in the regular format. So I did think of the ease and convenience of making the money off of it.
It'd probably be cheaper just to buy the iron and build the trailer.
Yeah, you could do it however you want. The design out, you can come take pictures, you can look at it, you can see, because the thought process and the time that I put into the design is what it is. The material is irrelevant.
Right.
It's whatever you want, however you want. It's the design and the principle. And if you follow the design and principle, it'll work no matter what the material. And basically, it's all protecting the bees and the beekeeper. Yeah, actually, Jeff, everything has doubled. I wish I'd bought a couple more of those trailers back for $299. Now they're $530.
Yeah, the ones on Craigslist, they're all over the place. Let's see, what's this? How much does he want for this? $1,000. Okay, this has got two axles.
Well, I tell you what, There's a couple things here on my design. I'm going to have an enclosed trailer because the enclosed trailer works better with solar on the top, because everything I want inside the dehumidifier and other things I want run off solar, total self-sufficient system, self-powering and everything else. The only issue with that is I had some buddies in Germany take their beehive, each of them took one beehive. They had more than one. And these big high power lines, you see them in California all the time, these big, tall 100-footers, they stuck 2 beehives directly underneath these high power transmission lines. And they did some studies, took some pictures. They had some cameras on this side, see what happened. And, they're doing some scientific shit on it. And one thing they discovered is something about those lines caused those bees to become cannibals.
Weird.
Yeah. So you can't have bees around high power transmission lines. Keep them away from those because they act something about the frequency of the sound or something. I don't know what, but something causes them not to act normal, and they go into cannibalistic mode, and they'll eat anything that's around them.
Okay, this one's a 4-foot high trailer.
Yeah, it might be, Jeffro.
3 foot high, 4 foot wide, 7 foot long. And that's an enclosed one, so you'd have to knock holes in the side.
All you have to do to knock holes in the side for is the entryway to, the little hole, the wine-sized cork hole. And then once you cut that hole, you put the wood totally up and attach it to it. That'll be their opening, and then build up off of that. Okay. Now, I also have a design, and this sounds weird, to where the whole bottom of the trailer would be filled with mushrooms, and then you'd have a false floor, and the water from the dehumidifier would feed the mushrooms. Because if the bees get a hold of the mycelial network and drink the dew off of the mushroom mycelial network, it actually turns on their immune system, and a bee with their immune system turned on can live a year. To where right now they say 12 to 16 weeks is all the scientific studies, but the bee system's immune system has not been turned on. But once their immune system gets turned on, they can live for a year. So if all those bees that get replaced every 16 weeks, the queen produces another 100,000 every 16 weeks because they die off, and they don't die off, you're doubling the size of your hive every 3 months.
Will she reproduce another queen once the population gets to a certain level, so it'll split up?
There's some dynamics to that. If they have the room to grow and they're in a happy environment, I've seen hives that are 10 boxes high in Scotland. Bees don't create another queen. As long as you keep giving them the room to grow and they're not crowded and they're not unhappy, or there's no pests or mildews in their hive, they will not swarm. If they swarm, there is a reason. They don't naturally swarm. In nature, they do naturally swarm, because in nature, you can't perfect their housing and you can't give them perfect environments. My beekeeping system does do that. You just have to stay on top of it and maintain it. And that's why you have to keep pulling the hives out and sell the nukes, to guarantee that you're at least every 3 months, you've got a fresh box in there for them to grow, because you just took one out. And if you don't want to, that's why I was going for a higher trailer, so I could have 4 or 5 boxes high on top of the entryway. So that way you can add a lot of boxes. Now, the problem with that is more heat, because your hive's going to be bigger. It's going to be a lot hotter of a radiant heat of 101 degrees than a small basketball size of a 2 or 3 box filled. If you have a 5 box, twice as many bees, well, then, you might have to add an air conditioner in there. Or have a venting system, or a fan or something.
They want $3,700 for this. That's $108 down. $108 a month to get that.
Yeah, you might be better off just building your own trailer, because building your own trailer with everything that's got to be added to it anyhow, it's might as well start from scratch and put all your supports where needed and whatnot.
Yeah. 586. That's in Roner Park. Oh, wait. Okay, I see down by Todd Road on Santa Rosa.
What's up, Tom? Yeah, see, I'm working with Pete right now. He's in Southern California. I'm giving him some advice on, he's catching bees down there on his farm. And I've shown him the system. I showed him that same tape. Actually, you didn't see that one. Actually, a lot of people here haven't seen that. Maybe I should go back and show that. Let's see here. All right, let me go ahead and take me out of this so I can move my computer around. All right, yeah. Go to present, share screen, Facebook. Share. Can you guys see that? Okay, let me go full screen. And let me go back over here.
So, do these canopies drop down when you're transporting it?
Yeah, this roof canopy drops down and is the wall. And I
Okay.
secure it, the ropes secure it down. That's why somebody mentioned something about bears. And also the top, you see apex is the top folds down as well.
Uh-huh.
And it adds a layer of wind protection, because right now this design, the front of the bee box is exposed.
Do
But
the
when
bee boxes slide out from the outside, or do you remove
They
them
can.
from the inside?
No, they can't. I've got 1x2 in there that'll keep them out. You can only take them from the inside.
Okay.
And the bottom screen, you'll see the screen action. This was early in my learning. I was still using smoke instead of powdered sugar. But you'll also see what I do right now. They're fixing the swarm. And what I do, because of my bottom, it changed their whole opinion. And you'll hear it on the video. Because right now you hear all the bees. You see them all.
Notice there's a net outflow. I think they're going to swarm. I think they're forming.
Yeah, they are.
There's a significant net outflow of bees and a lot in the air.
And they're all getting smoked.
Let me see if I can.
So you don't even have to
I
wear
don't know
a
if
hat
the
and
camera's
net or
picking
anything?
I don't.
They're in an incredible cloud of insects right now.
Here, you want me to open up the bottom and watch them fall out?
My bees were
Yeah,
happy.
yeah,
Watch
yeah.
this.
Bees
And
want to
listen.
swarm. Let's let them swarm. Oh my goodness! Look at that.
There's about 100,000 bees in there at least. Now listen to what's coming up.
Check it out. Is that the queen? Or is that a drone? No,
Drone.
that's a drone, a big drone, yeah.
So it was after they
There,
created the
went
males.
out, they got out.
Whew.
Now I lit them all out because they were unhappy being inside.
I'll tell you what, this is a cloud of bees.
Now listen to what's going to happen to all those bees now that they're out.
Now I'll get them going all back in.
Now they're all going back in because they realized they didn't want to swarm. I needed
So just opening the bottom like that?
Yeah, what I should have done right then and there is added another box, and they would have and it would have been a nothing experience. But I was learning. Yeah, but if the bees are happy, they won't sting me, brother.
You think the smoke's getting all the way up?
Yeah, I think so.
And by the way, the guy speaking, he's actually smarter than I am.
Man, oh man.
Hey, good job knocking the stone.
He's a magna cum laude of business school, MIT for business. He was top of his class.
I'm not sure.
Very, very, very smart man. Okay, what's that showing? I need to stop that screen. Stop screen. There we go. But yeah, you just, you saw how the system worked. I like that screen bottom. And that's why on an enclosed trailer, you'd have to have a doorway that would flop down so you could still access the screen. So in summertime, you'd still get a good airflow to help cool the bees down. But one that you could shut up and close in wintertime to where the cold air wouldn't blow up through there, but you'd still have access. Because another reason you saw those live bees fall out during with the Langstroth system, your honeycomb is about 3/4 of an inch off the bottom. So if the bees die, they're like within 1/2 inch of the honey, and the other bees have to pull them out. And I could only imagine that'd be demoralizing to me. So I created that bottom to where there's a 4-inch gap between the bottom of the honeycomb and that screen. So that way, if there's dead every day I went there, I just open up that screen and shake it a little bit and the dead would fall out. They fall off of it. So I took the mortuary business away from the actual bee, and I did that job myself by the design of the thing. Keep their dead further away from them and easier to get out to where they don't have to do that job, basically. It's kind of cool, I thought. Anyone else want to come up on the panel? Anyone? Long live coins. Pete, JM, Tom, Jeffro. It's pinned at the top. But anyhow, yeah, that's the beekeeping thing. And yeah, you're more than welcome. I'll fill you full of information. If you have questions and whatnot, I'll be able to answer them. I'm the only one that can answer them because no one else has that. That's the only prototype in the world.
When would be a good time to come by?
Before I go back to work as a union iron worker, because I'm free now.
Okay.
If I get a job, I'll be busy a lot. So.
All right. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be working on the farm tomorrow or up in Lakeport, but if I'm not, I can give you a call.
Yeah, I'm hoping to maybe get 3 or maybe 4 months worth of work here coming up, and that'll set me for the whole year. And then I'll be able to take the rest of the year off and do whatever. And we have JM Unleashed up here with us this evening. What's up, JM?
Happy Sunday. Thought I'd come up say hi. That's a wicked setup that you have there. I've never seen anything quite like it.
Yeah, I invented it. I am the inventor and creator.
And is it mobile? Like, does
yes, very mobile. I made it to be mobile.
Yeah.
What's up, Seth? Yeah, that's the greatness of it, because it's the ease and convenience of being able to, every 2 weeks during spring, summer, and fall, you just drop the trailer hitch, put wine corks in the holes, drive to your next place pollination contract.
Have you uploaded that video to YouTube?
No, that's on Facebook.
I think you'd do well to upload it to YouTube. And
that'd be a good thing. Wish I could figure that part out.
Even better yet, I think if you could clip the part of the live stream here where you were showing it and you were narrating it, or like do that voiceover with it.
You'll have to help me with that.
Okay.
I'm smart at a lot of things, and I'm very stupid at other things. But one thing I am smart at is I learn. I can learn. I just don't know everything, but I'm quick. I pick up things. I just don't know them all.
I think it would be a good video. It was really impressive to see how calm you were, and even Salty Monkey's comments in there too, saying, "Oh yeah, like they're coming out a lot more than they're going in." Or was that you that was saying that?
No, that was my buddy. That was my buddy on the video.
Okay.
Here's the guy actually holding the camera. Said that.
Gotcha.
Let's see.
It was good though.
Here we. Okay, hold on. I'm going to show another one since you guys like that one. Let's see. Present, share screen, Facebook, share.
Okay, so now before you hit play,
I
know you're going to go full screen. Perfect. Before you hit play, go to the bottom right-hand corner.
On this screen or on that screen?
On this, yep, you got it. And one more to the right.
Shit, wrong one.
One.
Wrong one. Yep, that one. There you go.
Okay, let me restart this here.
Perfect.
Okay.
So are these bees swarming on a grapevine or something?
On an apple tree.
Step 2.
You notice I have no suit.
Okay, take it.
My buddy does. That's a self-assured helper, huh?
Let's get it over there. Or do you want to leave it
Those
here?
were some good tasting apples on that tree too.
Let's see if they coalesced in here. Hold on now. Instant signaling.
You know what? Let me just think that we'll do that.
What I meant by the instant signaling is they start standing outside,
yes.
flapping their wings. That
There's
means
another one there.
the queen is there.
Inside the little box.
Yeah, the queen's inside the box, and the others, when they're flapping their wings.
Let me
Hold on, let me. When they're flapping their wings, there's lots of things going on. If it's like an extraction scenario like this, the flapping of their wings, instead of them flying away but standing there flapping the wings, they're getting what's the queen's pheromones out into the wind, because that's how they communicate. And all these other bees, they can't smell that pheromone because the wind is different directions at different heights, and it would take them a long time to get the signal or the smell of the pheromone to be able to get the signal that the queen has moved and for them to follow. And that's why I said, look, they're signaling.
Gotcha.
get the box up from underneath you here. Okay, I think I got stop record going. You want to open that lid so you can just dump them in there?
Oh, this is a good view.
Yep. All right, got it shut.
You know what? Yeah, put this twig in there. The pheromones on that, and they'll be all totally okay?
And we stuck that branch in there because the queen was on that branch, and she was sticking pheromones on that branch for them to build comb there, because she wanted that to be their home. That's why I stuck that branch in there, because the last scent that the other bees that were up there had was that scent or pheromone smell or communication from the queen. And that's how they communicate. And if you understand that, you can do a lot with bees. Because what will happen now is they'll start swarming towards that box. Because I put a scent trail.
The last part. So don't
Are we still rolling or no?
No.
And another thing I think's funny, that guy there, I think he's funny because he's got a suit on. I kept telling him, you don't need a suit, man. And that guy there's he's got about 160 IQ. And it took me a long time to convince him that he did not.
You are recording.
That this new system of beekeeping I came up with took care of that, and he didn't need to do that.
Well, I think a lot of people are super scared of getting stung, and
Oh,
definitely
hell yeah.
by a lot of them.
But yeah, there was one time we did an extraction. I didn't think there was 2 swarms, and I got the video somewhere. I'll find it one day and show you. I was proudly talking like I know what the hell I'm talking about, capturing bees and all this stuff. And I go to shake the tree, and I didn't look above me, and there was 2 swarms. The second swarm just happened to be above me by about 5 foot, and when I shook the tree, that second swarm, it was about the size of a basketball of live bees, just landed right on the head and spread down all over me. It was funny as shit. Made me look like a dumbass.
But you didn't get stung?
Of course not. Those are my bees. They ain't gonna sting me. If you communicate, man, you can become friends with bees.
They recognize you as their caretaker.
Yes. You can become friends with a bee.
That's cool.
They're just like every other animal. We just don't understand. We don't communicate well with the things that we don't understand. Pete. That's right, bro. As soon as we get you the full system down there and you see it in action, bro, you'll be like, man, these bees are happy.
That would actually be cool if you could have them all on you like that and take a walk through a supermarket.
Well, you could. Hey, what's up, Magic Moon?
Wearing a bee mask.
Actually, the diabolical me, not wanting to take Debbie's name from her, but I have had the thought, and I know what readily available substance that's out there that you can use, that you could add to a paintball, that you could shoot in a certain, and I say paintball because they're directional from a distance. And I've thought many times of hitting people's house with this certain chemical inside a paintball that would actually attract bees.
There you go.
So can you
It's
use that
very
chemical
diabolical,
to
mean, and
attract
it brings,
swarms? So
huh?
you can grow a whole bunch of beehives
Uh,
to lure them in.
if they are around and can smell it, again, the way they communicate is by smell of a pheromone. And there are different pheromones out there that do different things to them. What's up, Nickel? So if you know it's like knowing hieroglyphics. If you know the language, you can talk to them. If you don't know the language, you're just looking at cool pictures on the wall, and they'll probably sting you. But they communicate differently, just like plants. Plants communicate also, believe it or not. I learned that when I was doing studies on bees. That led me to studies on elephants, which led me to studies on plants. And all of them communicate to each other, each one. We just need to figure out how they communicate so we can better understand how to deal with them. And I figured it out on bees. So no, I mean, I can look at a beehive and I can tell you right now, if they're agitated before it, and I used to do extractions without, because I can tell their sense. If they're aggravated, I'd put my suit on, because something caused the scenario to make them in an unhappy mood, and it wasn't anything I had to do with, and I was coming into it. And I'm intelligent enough to know that, so I put the suit on. But I was able to get a feel or a sense of the persona that they were in at whatever time. I would go to extractions in houses where the bees were quite happy, even though I was taking them. I invented the first, that I know of, the first vacuum backpack for vacuuming bees up for live extractions. And also using pheromones to attract them into, I believe, bee boxes. Drop a certain pheromone in the bee box, all of them would move into it. If I had, scenario driven, every scenario is different. If the person has the time, I would extract it differently. If they wanted them out right now, I'd use the live extraction vacuum technique. There's lots of different, I had to come up with new techniques for every scenario with my system. But basically, you talk to the bees, you communicate with the bees when you extract them as well. See you later, Thuran. Thanks for stopping by, brother. But yeah, I've actually resuscitated several hundred bees that had drowned, because I put water bowls out and I'll find a bee in there. I'll pick them up, I'll dry them off, and then I'll put them on a hand, and I'll take and I'll blow hot air out of my mouth on hot, humid air. And if they're not too far gone, eventually they'll start standing up, come back to life, and fly away.
Neil, something really interesting that you mentioned, I think it was Friday night.
What's up, Try Again?
Hey, Try Again. About the elephant, was it elephant perimeters?
Yeah, the elephant fence, this system that I just showed you, that trailer,
Yep.
That is a mobile elephant fencing system. Because it's a mobile beehive, and if you move it more than a mile, each time you move it, the bees won't swarm. So seasonally, as like if you have a country in Africa that's interested, say Zimbabwe or Zambia, excuse me, not Zimbabwe, to where their elephants are protected, but on Zimbabwe they're not, and they get killed. And say the country of Zambia wanted to protect them, they would need some sort of elephant fencing system for the right time of year to keep the elephants from going through the river into Zimbabwe and get killed. So some white boy would come up with a system that did that, and also was a good beekeeping system, and you just saw it. Why hasn't it been deployed in Africa? Well, that's when you got to ask yourself, Neil, why do you do a lot of geopolitical videos on Africa? Well, people, I've done a lot of studies on Africa because I was supposed to deploy that system you just saw in the video to Africa as a mobile elephant fencing system. And they had to redesign the base of it because they have typhoons down there at the time the elephants do their roaming around. And they supposedly did that, got up $30,000, was supposed to take me down there, and I was supposed to train them in the use and all this other shit. But instead, the nonprofit took all $30,000 and did something else with it, and I never went down there. So I know a lot about Africa, and the problem with Africa is there's a lot of fucking theft. And that's why these countries are kicking. That's why I like what's going on down there right now. That's why I'm saying there's good business opportunity down there right now, because it wasn't good opportunity in 2014. This mobile beekeeping system you saw right there, has the capabilities of going into Zambia, not only stopping elephants from leaving the country during the time that they herd and leave the country, but it also has the capabilities because on the western side of Zambia is a mountain that has enough honey on it, according to a 2012 study by a NATO biologist, scientist dude, to come up with 300 kilos. No, was it 300,000 kilos? Anyhow, they had enough honey production there that it would have tripled their GDP yearly. And another problem they have down in Africa with honey production is the way they extract it from there. They use smoke, and smoke taints the taste of the honey. And a lot of honey producers or production places won't buy honey from these places by the way they extract it. And that's another great thing about my system. If they had a little infrastructure down there and they had to expose that mountain with my system, just with trails, they could bring in so much honey without smoke and be able to sell all of their honey because there has no smoke tainted taste to it. And they'd get a higher quality price for their honey, which would increase the GDP of the whole freaking country.
So what does your honey taste like then, since you don't use smoke?
It tastes like whatever it's supposed to taste like. All I know is back down there in that area of Africa, they take limbs of stuff and set them on fire and use that smoke to chase the bees away. And in doing so, that smoke gets into the comb. And when they extract the comb, and in part of how they extract the comb, some of it or somehow some of it gets in there to where it taints the taste of the honey and gives it a burnt smoke taste.
Oh.
So the buyers of honey give a lot less money per pound if they even buy it at all. So therefore it's not an economic viability, even though they have the greatest country for beekeeping and honey production of the natural flora and fauna that they have available to them.
Oh, hold on, I gotta answer a phone call. So let me figure out how to mute myself.
I just did. Don't worry about it.
Nice. In the future, it's down at the bottom of the StreamYard screen. Bottom.
I just on the small screen that they're on. That's the one I hit for him.
Nicely done.
I didn't know where it was either right off the bat. I didn't want to mute myself or you, but I see yours does that every now and then.
Well, I just mute up if I turn the heater fan on or if I got a cough or whatever.
But yeah, there's a lot to that beekeeping system, and there's multi-millions of dollars to be made if it's deployed in Africa. And as far as that beekeeping thing goes, the elephant fencing system goes, I've actually developed a different system that does the same thing that their actually park surface can maintain and stay on top of and move around, and it's not going to be nearly as much of an issue. I'm more of a technologically advanced, self-reliant system that will do the same serve the same purpose, but it's a lot cheaper. But I still want to go down there and drop it off and get the accolades for coming up with a mobile elephant fencing system.
Yeah.
Isn't it cool, man? All this shit. Oh, it's first invented this and then this. What do you mean mobile what?
You just called me a minute ago?
I was just checking to see if he was still talking to us or the other person. Sorry.
Yeah, he's still on there.
Right on.
Here, Silverboy Blues has a question for you. Do you have to take care of yellow jackets and wasps and things interfering with your bees?
That's the great thing about that system. If you saw at the bottom, and it wasn't a tutorial about this, but I have circles, little round wine bottle size holes for them to enter, and because of the size of a 2x4, 2x6, it's like 1 3/4. So it's a little 1 inch round or 7/8 inch round hole that's 1 3/4 inches long. And bees don't mind if they go upside down or sideways. You can actually fit about 6 bees at a time running in that same small hole, all going from both directions, and they can still make it through without stopping. So if a wasp were to go in there, they'd have to penetrate through 1 3/4 without a guard bee stopping them. And if a guard bee stops them, because the alert system the guard bees have, it takes less bees to block that hole. And it only takes about 12 bees, because what happens to a hornet is when a hornet penetrates into the hive of the Langstroth system hive, it instantly goes up into the comb area or the brood area because it can. It's right there. It's less than a quarter inch away. My system, it has to go through a tube of 1 3/4 inches long where the guard bees are on the other side. So once an outside bee alerts them, 3 of them or more will go block up the way to get in, and then some more will come in from behind, and they will all get on top of him and flap their wings and get up to 103 degrees, and that kills the hornet. Once the hornet gets up to 103 degrees, they fry. And it's a more effective way for them to defend their hive and lose fewer bees, which is another great thing about that system that the Langstroth system doesn't even accommodate for. It's easier for the bees to defend with less defenders, so therefore they get penetrated less. So it's not as much of an issue.
What car do you have in the background there, Salty Monkey?
That's a 68 Barracuda. That's not mine, but I'm going to do mine in white. Then I want to do a vinyl wrap, basically to make it look like an F-86. Hold on, my wife's calling me again.
But anyhow, that's the whole thing with or not the whole thing. It's even more stuff to do with bees. And also that beekeeping system could actually stop or kill off or negate the killer bee in Africa. Because I did studies on that. And if enough of my mobile apiaries are introduced with the domesticated bees, the interaction between the domesticated and the wild bee or the killer bee would breed out the instinct of the killer bee and make them all domesticated in a few years. Because the spreading of the male brood, there's so many male brood, there'll be more male brood with the instincts that are not passed down by the killer bee for the killer bee queen to breed with, which would downgrade their aggression. And after a couple of generations of doing that, there's a hell of a lot less killer bees out there. Take about 5 years. And the amount of killer bee hives would probably drop 90%.
This is in Africa, the killer beehives you're talking about?
Yeah, dude. It sucks having such a high IQ, but I think I thought of most things when I created this, and I came up with as many things that would be positive in this for the world and for different people in different countries as I could think of, being that I am poor and I don't have millions of dollars to think of things and I have no Ivy League college degree. I'm pretty sure I did a pretty good job because comparatively to people who do have Ivy degree, college league, $1 million fucking everything else, they're down there right now and their ideas suck ass. And that's probably part of the why mine's not going anywhere, because I'll make them look like fools.
Yeah, you kind of do have to stroke some people's egos.
Oh yeah, especially if they're the ones that have money and their daddy's rem shit.
Yeah, they like having a little slush fund, skim a little off the top. 10% for the big guy.
Where do you think it comes from? It's called business.
Corruption.
Yep. My system's not corrupt, man. I don't even freaking want any money off that system. All I was trying to do at the time was get up a fund to where I could produce a finished product. Because if I were to have a finished product, with it being like the aluminum bodies, I could have added a product toward the roof that would have stopped any electrical signals coming down from the solar panels, and I could have kept the battery stored up there, and it could have been used as a communications enhancer as well for that area of the world, which they do have cell phone communication issues because they don't have as many towers. But all of my mobile apiaries could have also, had I had the financing to build a finished product, it would have done a lot of things for Africa. Not only increase people's income and a country's income and save their elephants and increase their communications technology and availability, yeah, whatever. It didn't take off yet, so I have to self-fund. So I came up with other ideas, and I'm still trying to self-fund. But eventually I'll get it down there.
Yeah, it can be a lot tougher and a lot slower when you're self-funding, but at
Yeah.
least you own 100% of it.
Well, it's not even that. It's not. I don't. That's not the direction I wanted to go. I tried getting funding from other places, and I got shut down. Money was stolen, and all this other shit before you even hit my hands. And I didn't even get it. This was nonprofit. It's called Nsefu Wildlife down in Lungwana State National Park in the southeast part of Zimbabwe, of Zambia. I was working in correlation with them as a fundraiser because they're located. Their U.S. base is located down in San Diego near SeaWorld, and SeaWorld's the one that they conned into giving them $30,000 for this idea. And well, that's the last I heard of it. They got the 30,000, and well, I'm still waiting. So I imagine they stole it. I can't say for sure, but they damn sure didn't deploy my project because they were supposed to take me down there, and I was supposed to do that. And it never happened. So I'm sure they stole the money. So yeah, I already tried.
That's kind of the natural state of being for Africa, though.
And that's the problem with Africa, and that's why I do a lot of geopolitical shit on Africa, because I have kept an eye on Africa. Is the only problem with Africa is the world doesn't want them to be self-sufficient yet. As soon as the world wants them to be self-sufficient, the opportunity there is out freaking outrageous. And as soon as the world okays it to be okay for those African countries to start making their own money, my system will be down there. It's just right now there's too many people down there that don't want it to happen, even because they're making too much money trying to make it better, shall we say, not actually making it better.
You don't think that the corruption will still be too much of a barrier?
I think there's a few more coups, and that'll squish any corruption, or convince those that are corrupt to not be as corrupt, because they'll want to keep power and not have their heads chopped off in a coup. And
Gotcha.
if you kept up with my channel, not only were those 3 coups, there's been 2 elections of some far-thinking individuals that no one ever thought would have made it, and they were free and fair elections, because down there they don't have the technology of the Dominion voting machine like we have here. So they actually physically hand count their votes and stuff. And the president of Senegal and I believe of Ivory Coast, which is also in West Africa, have broken apart through elections, not through coups, have broken apart and agree with 3 coup countries, and they're coming up with their own currency, breaking apart from France. So yeah, a lot of things are changing down there. And the corruption, believe it or not, was the colonial controlled companies that have been entered into and their normal way of doing business, and the Africans' non-knowledge and easy buyout made the corruption just simple to happen. But anytime you have a coup, that means people don't like it, because the people are the ones that okay a coup and don't stop it. So since there's been so many coups and so many good elections that have looked like coups, but legitimate election coups, I guess you'd call that, all in one area of that continent, I feel pretty safe about that being a good area to go to and invest, and the corruption not be there, because they're sick of it. Yeah, Libya's still not there yet. Try again. Trust me, I've got great plans for Libya once it becomes like West Africa. Yeah, I don't know about Venezuela either, man. I don't even look at Venezuela. Actually, I've had plans in Libya before I had plans in fucking Zambia. A real good friend of mine is probably going to be high up in any freely elected government that Libya has, if it ever has any free elections. He'll probably be one of the top guys, and I already worked and got the okay through him that he would, in his position, help okay through his government to have some kick-ass design waterfront property developments going on in Libya. But they got to get a democratically styled government. Right now, I think they still have active slave markets because ISIS is there. So they're ways off. Maybe in 10 years. Maybe not. Who knows? If you take and you look at Google Maps and you go to, matter of fact, that's what I'll do right now. I'll show you guys how depleted that country has come because of ISIS. They had some great shit going for them. Sorry for my language. Let's
Oh,
see,
that's
Libya.
fine.
Let's see if I can get down here. Ras Lufna, is that it? Let's see. How do I get? Ah, there we go. Al-Shafar, Ras Lufa. Is that it? Yes, I'll be damned. I'm good. Okay. I'm gonna share screen here and show you guys that you're gonna love this. See, present, share screen. Is it Facebook? Am I on Facebook with that? No. Google Maps. There we go. Google Maps. Okay, let me go back over here. Oh, cool. It's already full screen. All right. This right here used to be the oil exporting port for that part of the world. That's Libya, obviously.
Is that the port of Carthage?
No.
Where's Carthage? Is that up to the left, up by Tripoli?
Actually, I don't see one called. You'd have to go with the Arabic name, brother.
Oh, okay.
That's what's being shown here. Al Sultan. Now, where did I have it? I shouldn't have shot out like that. Where'd you go, you little bastard? Ah, there it is. No.
Worst case, you can.
Okay, I see where it is.
Worst case, you can punch it in the search at the top left there.
I just had it, damn it. Ras Lufla, there it is. Nope, that's not it. Yeah, it is. Okay, this part of the world right here. I'm gonna scope in. You see those right there? You see that geographical pattern of roads? You see a few of these little containers left? All of this back here that's nothing right now, all this area that looks like it was something, all of this area that looks like it had buildings, all these areas here that had buildings, all this open area here, all this open area here. See those? They're actually not even full. Okay, none of these are actually being used. All these pipes here, all this infrastructure was for this. And look at that water. Oh my God, look at that water. And this port here is very, very empty. Look at that. How great a port is that? All they have going for it is this little section right here. They got a couple boats. That's all they got. Right there. This used to be Chevron in Libya. It used to have every one of these right here. The reason why these little jetties are out like this, so they'd have a massive ship here and one here, and then one here, uploading or downloading, probably uploading oil in a very protected harbor that now, as you can see that used to be a building, used to be roads, used to be buildings. All this area here used to be infrastructure. You can't even see the road anymore. You can see a couple things. All of that used to be something. Used to be. And if you see the water, obviously, even out here, you can see the bottom. It's so clear and turquoise blue. It's freaking beautiful. But anyhow, oh, hey, there's something I got going for you too. Open pit. Let's see. Let me get back to here. But yeah, I already know a guy that if that government ever becomes democratic and they get free and fair elections, whatnot, his family used to be the ruling family before Gaddafi took over back in the 70s. He used to live up in, well, his family still lives in Washington State. He's a good friend of mine. He was until he got sent back over there because of, I'm a Christian, he's Islamic. He's actually living in Libya, fighting Islamic terrorist groups over there. They watch his social media, and I haven't spoke with him in like 8 years. But before he went over there, we had talks about that area and to the left and right of that area, and having it developed for communities, wealthier communities, bring in tax revenue. And he told me that if he ever gets his country back, he will give me a green light to develop that area. So if that ever happens and I move over to Libya, you know why. Because there's no roads. It'll be water and plane access only. They're going to be exclusive resorts, bringing a lot of money for his country. It's untouched coastline. It's exactly like the island of Sardinia, which is one of the most beautiful water areas of the world for its turquoise 30, 40, 50-foot visibility water. And Libya is the same way. It's just never been developed.
Are they big on the environmental issues and restrictions?
Like again, right now, they really don't have a solid government. The ones that are in control don't give a shit about that. No, it's ISIS. They don't give a shit about that.
Gotcha.
Once it becomes a country like it was 30, 40 years ago, and it will, everything comes in cycles. It will be, they will be conscious of that. That's why because they're already obviously to become a civilized society, they've got to include the people who didn't want Chevron there, and that's why they destroyed everything. So they will have to continue that, or they'll face the same sort of wrath from the people that destroyed that. So I would assume that once they become a little more civil in their governance, they will actually include that. Yeah, but I can't say because it hasn't happened yet.
I was actually surprised how pristine that water looked.
Oh my God, it's so beautiful, dude. Oh my God, that is a diver's paradise, bro. Especially with the new devices they have, these little blue something or they're blue Nemos or something. They've got little attachments that float, and you can hook up to them and breathe underwater like a scuba diver with no scuba license for up to 30 foot deep in depth. It'll push air down to you, and you can stay underwater for like 3 hours scuba diving without the scuba tanks, but you can't go deeper than 30 foot. But with water like that, untouched in a couple hundred years, why do you need to go more than 30 foot?
Sure beats snorkeling.
Perfect. It's a it's an extending snorkel, basically.
Yeah.
Is what it is. It's a beautiful device. It opens up for crystal clear waters like that. It opens up great water-based opportunities for doing stuff of interest like that. Yes, Pete the Sasquatch. Argentina's inflation, I actually heard numbers on it. It dropped by like 20% since Milei took office. So it went from like 180% inflation down to 160% inflation. And the people are actually happy. And that's cool, even though it's still 160% inflation. That's nothing to be happy about. They're happy that they lost 20% of it.
It's an improvement.
It's an improvement. They're going in the right direction, but more cuts need to be. But see, the things are the cuts they aren't showing. He got their government I think had 3.2 million employees. He got like 70,000 of them, and there was like protests about that, and he had trouble doing that, and it only dropped their inflation by 20%, and he cut spending, all that shit, and everything he did only has done it by 20 points, or dropped it from like 180 to 160 or something like that. So he's got a lot more cuts to go, and they're going to have a lot of issues because of the continuing things he has to do, but he is going in the right direction. And the majority of the people, the actual people, are participating and enjoying it. So it's an interesting experiment.
The people that work in those government welfare agency offices don't want to see their
free
ride go away.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and they're going to give kickback. And the same thing will happen here when it happens here. It's going to model what's going to happen here, I think, Pete. Jeffro, I wouldn't touch that area of the world for $1 million, bro. Nah, that's why I do geopolitical. In that part of the country, of the world, nah, I'd never do any building or developing. I'd never even talk to anyone about getting any money up to have anything done there. And I wouldn't do it in any. The only reason I'm thinking of doing it in Libya is because and that's only going to happen is I don't even want to say. If Mohammed does get the position, which he should get, but by the way, their governance works in that part of the world, he should be the president once they become a democratic. And I know it sounds funny to say, who the president's going to be in a democratic nation, but you got to understand their way of doing things. They don't do things the way we do things over here in America and in the West. They think totally different. And entitled families stay entitled. That's just all there is to it. And he belongs to the former generational controlling family before Gaddafi murdered them. And the only reason he's alive is because America pulled the rest of them out. So when he goes back and gets control, the people will totally back him just because of who he is and the way they run their country and the way they think and the way they do their politics. So, but based off that, he should be the president when it becomes a democratically controlled thing. But that's yet to be seen. Things are going in the right direction. I can say that. Sorry. I just want to let you guys know what I have coming in case you want job opportunities or company opening opportunities. As I get my opportunities, there's going to be great opportunities for people I know if they want to take them. All you have to do is jump. Kind of like that guy who went to Argentina with George Gammon and Josh. I think George made an open offer. Hey, anyone wants to go, just come. And this one guy showed up. He was like, okay, you're with us now. So anyone who wants to come, when those opportunities do come to fruition, you're more than willing to come with me. We'll definitely do some great snorkeling every day after work. That's for damn sure. Yeah, Shane, Pete.
I would expect that there's going to be good seafood there too.
Oh my God, yes, dude, that's another great thing.
Mm-hmm.
See, I remember Sardinia in 73, 74, 75, before it got nearly as big as it was then. And we used to get dinner and lunch. Okay, we had to, and this sounds barbaric, but it was actually cool. We lived in Santa Teresa. Back then, they cut the water off to the town to go to the Pepsi bottling plant so it could continue manufacturing and keep what limited amount of jobs there was. So everyone had to walk about 7 kilometers to get water. And we had 5, 10, 15, 20 liter bottles, big ones. And I had my little red cart and we'd load it up and we'd go, on the weekends and load up with water for the week. But on the walk, all my mother had to take was bread and a couple garnishments, because everything else you needed for a great sandwich other than meat, mushrooms, tomatoes, onions, we got on the side of the road. It was just growing there. And that's why if you look, the people that actually live the longest live in Sardinia. They have a group there of over 100-year-old people that have lived there their whole lives. And we just followed them basically and ate their way. We got octopus. It would go sea urchins. You just go down to the water, pick them up for dinner. Clams, go down the water, pick them up for dinner. Sardines, take your net and your boat, go out, get sardines, have them for dinner. When you eat straight out of the water that night, you eat that. How much more fresh do you want? Now they pay hundreds of dollars for that type of treatment at a high-end restaurant. And that's how we lived. So poor, yeah, I guess. Wealthy as hell? Oh, definitely. We just didn't have too much money. We were eating like kings.
I have a feeling that Diabolical Debbie does not like seafood.
A lot of, I don't know. Everything's different. When you get to a place, things change once you get to the place. If the place is worth making you change by just being there. And I think Sardinia is one of those places. And I think Libya would also be like that, because I think their waters are the same as Sardinia's in the 70s, untouched by commercial this, that, or the other. Lobsters running around, octopus running around, clams, oysters, all kinds of stuff. You just walk out there and get it. So, yeah. Hey, Mark, what's going on? I did a couple of videos earlier. Started off with some mining. Actually, I've got another mining video, animated video showing what the future of mining is going to look like, according to people who own mines and want it to look like that. So I imagine one day it probably will look like that.
I think Sardinia is one of those, what are they called, blue zones, where people tend to live longer.
Yes, it is. And actually, that's right now they're offering money. People go there and move there and live there, 15 to 30,000 euro if you move to Sardinia. So if you have any kind of, cyber business, Sardinia is cheap and it's got some good food. People are cool, and
they gotta have good internet then.
Yeah, like I said, no, they've got good internet. There's this one channel I watch. he sells houses in Italy, more like estates, but every now and then he does little smaller houses. All Tuscany or Umbria, all those areas. It's been Sicily, Sardinia, and in all the places he sells, he shows that the people have these little boxes, Wi-Fi boxes, plugged into the wall for hotspots, I guess you call them. I'm not too hip, but the availability for it is there if you get like one of those things or a hotspot type thing. No, try again. He was off the coast of, I think the coast of Spain or France. They had an island that he was on, and he had like 1,000 or 1,800 soldiers on that island with him. There wasn't that many crabs down there. We had lobster. I don't recall. I didn't get crabs till we moved to Scotland. Lived at a lighthouse, and then it was the same experience. I just didn't get to go in the water, but because my grandfather was lighthouse keeper, we always had fresh seafood. So all the fishermen always gave him something, and we ate it that night.
So I think Napoleon was exiled to the island of Elba.
Yeah, there's a military island actually. I think, like I said, I think there was like 1,800 French troops stationed there along with him. So he wasn't like exiled there alone. He just couldn't leave the island. The troops got moved in and out just like regular.
Yeah, Nickel, I love the lobster and scallops. Even though I'm a Pisces, I still like the seafood.
Dude, lobster, calamari, shrimp, clams, oyster, heck, even what was those? Sea urchins. Not much, but they're good.
Nice grilled salmon is awesome too. We get really good salmon here.
Yeah, up north they got a lot of better foods. A lot less people live up north because it's cold. Everyone likes the warmth. So I ran my mouth enough. Anyone else want to talk about stuff?
I've got nothing.
I got nothing. Well, like I said, just give me a call anytime you want to come by. I'll let you come with the truck. I'll let you pull it out and use it. I'll even leave the boxes. I've got boxes, B boxes there. I even actually have the inserts, plastic inserts. So I can give you a couple of those. You'll have to, and the actual wood around it. You'll have to assemble it. But
Right.
you'll be able to make your own frames, throw them in there, and all that other shit. Save you some money, get you started. All you gotta do is show up, pick it up, and don't steal it from me. Give it back to me eventually. It is the only one out there, after all. You want to talk about anything, Debbie?
Yeah, did you the link, StreamYard link's pinned.
Yeah, it's pinned. I try. That's one of the first things I do. So that way, anyone, it's open forum. Hell, Friday night, Ninja showed up for about 45 minutes. We're talking all about, and again, just like normal, I say Ninja, but it wasn't Ninja that showed up. It was Travis, and that's who we spoke with, and we got to know a little bit about Travis and not the Economic Ninja, which is what I like doing when I get people up on stage. I don't care what your persona is on YouTube. I want to talk to you.
Yeah, that was really cool. I think that was that was not your regularly scheduled live stream. It was more of an impromptu, I think, which is why I missed it.
Yeah, everyone I want to get on my show has problems with Sundays. So yeah, and I don't want to advertise to have anyone special because I don't want people coming to my show because of someone else. I bring people to my show for you guys, people who come to my show. Not for other people. I see things differently. So, and Yars has problems with Sundays, so I'll probably do a next Friday live stream. I'm gonna try and have, or it might be Thursday. Next Improv 2-1, it'll be. I'm gonna try and get Yara.
What time slot do you generally shoot for? Because I don't get home until sometimes between 4 in the afternoon or 6 in the afternoon.
And that's the thing on these Improv 2-1s. the people I've been trying to get on have issues. And now Travis doesn't because he's in the same time frame as me. But like Yara's 3 hours different. So 6 o'clock my time's 9 o'clock her time. So I'll probably do like a 4 o'clock. So that way it's more reasonable time for East Coast.
Yeah.
And it'll be easier for the person who I want to have as a guest. And it won't be as
And most people
a
are
problem,
on the East Coast anyway.
and I don't want it to be an inconvenience. So I'll change my time. So I don't, that's why I don't advertise until the day of the streams, the only time because of that.
Do you have a newsletter set up to automatically mail out? It's like, hey, we're going to have a live stream tomorrow at 2 p.m. or anything like that?
Community tab is probably your best bet, Neil.
Yeah. Okay.
Post in the
Hold on a
community
second. What? I'm done with computers. I don't even know what the hell you're talking about, man. Much less how to do it. No, I don't care about that kind of shit. I don't even want to. I'm doing so much other stuff. Yeah, YouTube's just to inform people, stay in contact, stuff like that. I don't.
Your community tab is really easy. All you do is go to a create the same way that you do for a video or a live stream. Well, I guess for a video anyway. And then just click on post, and that'll be a post on your community tab, and you can just give any quick updates. I know you don't even like to type though, do you?
Nope. And that's why I'm not big on if my channel grows or whatever. And I think that'll actually probably get me a lot of the interviews I want. Because the way I want to do the interviews, like if I ever get Andy on, I don't want to talk about gold and silver. If I get Andy Schickman on, he talks about that every day. Why the fuck do I want the same thing everyone else has? That's you can watch any channel and get that with Andy on it. So I'd talk to him about other stuff, like what I did with Travis.
Mm-hmm.
The same with Yara. When Yara comes up, we'll be talking jewelry because I know she loves. I think she was in the jewelry business before she hooked up with Chris, and she still does it as a hobby. So I know she loves it. So we're going to be talking jewelry. Just so happens I'm now into it. How cool is that? So, we ain't going to be talking precious metals other than different jewelry designs and gems. She likes collecting gems and cool minerals and stuff like that, and like bismuth and stuff. And we'll be talking about that kind of stuff. I actually have a lot of videos lined up for that.
That actually reminds me, Neil, there was something else. I stopped in at a certain gemstone wholesaler and spoke with a certified gemologist and diamond appraiser.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. And it was super busy when I got there, and I thought, oh, I'm not really going to be able to have the conversation. So I poked around, and they got all sorts of cool things in there that could be good for the osmium.
Well, just think 3 millimeters is smallest we can go, and it would have to accommodate something that size.
Yeah.
And actually, what you could do, since you have access to that kind of stuff, could you figure out by looking at it and talking to them, say, hey, if I was to have a 3 millimeter, or even just by looking at it, knowing what 3 millimeter is, and kind of like put your fingers up there and see if the flat spot on that gem is 3 millimeter and how many carats to millimeters. Because my issue right now is because I'm seeing some shit that's like, it's saying it's a 22 carat, but it's only like 6 millimeter. And I'm like, okay, this is screwed up. Now that screws up everything for me. So I need to kind of get that straight before I make any orders. I need
getting the measurements and the math right on it.
Yes, exactly. Because I know nothing about that calculation for carat to millimeter size and any differential ratio difference that might be there that I know nothing about.
Yeah. Well, I'll maybe tell you backstage sometime.
Right. Yeah. We communicate. That's cool.
But the bottom line was she was actually really excited because she'd never, ever heard of osmium.
Yeah. And that's what I want. Someone who's excited about it, because the creativity is about endless when you have an excitement rather than someone who's skeptical.
Yeah. So I ended up chatting with her for about half an hour.
Sweet.
And yeah, it was a great introduction. We even watched part of the video off the Osmium Institute, and she's looking at the different symbols and letters and stuff like that. And yeah, she was very excited. She said she's going to definitely be looking into it, and so she's got my email.
See, now that's crazy because I got some that alexandrite, and I thought that they were like 1.2 carat, and they're not even big enough to put a 2 millimeter square on without destroying half of it. Yeah, what's his name? Nick will just put this down. See, now that's thickness, or it might be thickness from top to bottom, not width side to side. That's another thing I got to figure out. Because if that is actually true, 6.5 millimeters is to 1 carat per diamond. If that's the width or the thickness, because I have seen a couple emeralds. I was looking at emeralds, and they gave 2 dimensions. They were talking about these were more expensive ones too, 3, 4, 500 up to like 13, 1400. They were talking like 8 millimeter wide by 6 millimeter deep, and it was like a what was that, 8 carat or some shit like that. I don't know. I need to do a lot more research.
Well, Nickel's definitely going to know. Nickel, he's been in jewelry for long. Yeah.
But like I said, I'm looking at these alexandrite I ordered, and they're like supposed to be 1.2 carat, and they're maybe 3.5 millimeter, 4 millimeter max. There's no way in hell I could, and they're diamond cut. So if I drilled in a small 3 millimeter hole, I'd destroy the whole top face of it.
You know what, man? I asked her about the alexandrite too, and her eyes popped. This is the lady at that gem.
Yeah, no, alexandrite.
She said, I almost never see alexandrite. She said it's very, very difficult to find.
Yeah, and the ones I got weren't like the picture. They were heat treated, and they're small, and they turned out purple. But I do have 12 of them I'll probably use in something or another.
Okay.
So why is alexandrite not used very much or hard to find?
I think it's rare.
Yeah, it's just its rarity. People aren't into it as much as everything else. That's all. They're probably out there, just people aren't turning them out because the interest isn't there to do all the cutting and shit. Lots of reasons. Yeah, alexandrite. I knew I hit the nail on the button with that one, not knowing anything about gemstones. I was like, again, I tell myself every night I'm going to allow my subconscious to make more of my conscious decisions, and that's one of the subconscious decisions my conscious made. Alexandrite, Neil. It was the first one I went to. Not only I don't know nothing.
Yeah, this says here that alexandrite, it's now found in Sri Lanka, East Africa, and Brazil, but fine material is exceptionally rare and valuable.
Yeah, and I don't want the fine material. I want the infine. Because like I said, I'm going to be drilling into it anyhow to put osmium into it, to insert the osmium into the gem. And I might actually even grind out some of the imperfections to where it won't be as an imperfect gem. But I want the imperfect gems. Because the imperfect gems will glean a different direction of light because of the cracks or the bubbles that are in them or whatever else is in them that makes them imperfect.
Yeah, and they won't lose their value.
Well, their value is cheap because they're imperfect. Any gem you buy, and this is the funny thing about diamonds, the reason why diamonds are so expensive, there's millions of diamonds for every one that gets purchased for $2,000. But the others had some imperfection. They didn't even worth grinding. So then they came up with a use for industrial use diamonds, for those ones that couldn't be jewelry rated diamonds you get thousands and thousands of dollars for. So it's just a matter of what level of purchase you make, AAA, AA, single A, gemstone. Yeah, it's got a purplish, bluish hue to it, and but if they heat treat them, nickel, it changes the whole color of the gem.
Have a good night, Pete.
Yeah, Pete, you take care, brother.
Take care, Pete.
Yeah, it's 7 o'clock. He's actually late for tea. He's going to get scolded.
Nichols says Alexandrite was
Yeah.
discovered in Russia.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, a lot of things are discovered in one area, but they're found later because the geology of the Earth isn't just only in this one area did that happen. It's in lots of areas. It's just a matter of us discovering those areas. That's where the most of the platinum, until recently, has been thought to be in Russia and South Africa. But then I start looking around, and I found out, oh, okay, now Clear Energy has one largest platinum vein on Earth that they've discovered is in Canada. Saying because I was looking, I've said it on live streams. There's got to be more platinum veins other than there, man, because the geology of the Earth is not like that. It doesn't work that way. Only humans' economics make it look that way. And I was right. And there's more discoveries down, I'm sure, in Chile, Argentina, and along those mountains, and probably towards New Zealand. There's going to be more platinum mines discovered, and also possibly Alaska and Yukon. Because the geology is the same there as it is in these other areas of the world where we have found platinum and are actively mining. And anything about minerals of the Earth all is all based off of the Cretaceous plate movements and volcanic interruption in between the plate movements. And you figure that out, and you know where to look for general minerals, and there's lots of those geological features throughout the planet. That's why we have mountains.
Yeah, I think it's wherever the giants died in the Great Flood.
No, here's something interesting though, and I've been keeping my eye on this. And that's Betelgeuse, and I have actually had a little interest in thinking about some way, and I know I'm never going to be able to do it. And this is just off the wall, top of my head thoughts. But if Betelgeuse explodes, goes supernova. That is where platinum and gold are created through that fission, fusion, explosive combination of all the elements and chemicals in a star when it goes supernova. That's a proven fact. But it's cellular. It's real, real small. But there's lots of it, and it goes out in planet-size bursts. Not small amounts, but huge amounts. But over through time and space, obviously gets smaller. And I've often thought about, since platinum's the heaviest metal, maybe some sort of magnet or something. I could build an array of magnets, so when Betelgeuse explodes, maybe I can collect some extra platinum particles on them or something. That's been going through my head. It's one of my crazy thoughts that I have.
Well, any material ejected from the star as it goes supernova, it's going to be following behind the light.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. As soon as we see the light, I'm going to be limited on time to come up with something. And they're talking it could go any day. Now, when you're talking astrology, any day means next 1,000 years.
Yeah.
Because it's only pulsating. It could pulsate for the next 900 years before it goes boom. I mean, the last one that was visible, I believe, was in the 16 or 1800s. And it lit up the night sky for like 40 days, where it was like daytime at night almost. But that was the last one, so it'll be fun. And like I said, I'm keeping my eye on that. No, Jester, not Betelgeuse, the former Chicago mayor.
Right, and then you lose one of the stars in
Orion's belt. Yeah, it changes astrology then, doesn't it? It damn sure does. Neil, how are our psychics and all these other people going to be affected when that happens?
You'd think they'd see that one coming.
Well, certainly the fortune teller should have.
Oh, that's funny. They didn't see that coming. Yeah, that is fun. Yeah, it's going to change. It's going to change everything, man. All of astrology is going to have to change. We're going to have to come up with something new. I don't know what the hell. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be fun. Yeah, I've seen a watermelon colored. Oh, where the hell is that? There it is. Zoltanite. Is that Zoltanite? Yeah, Zoltanite. I've been looking at all that stuff. I've been looking at higher end stone sales, mostly for oh shit, what the hell's that? The green one,
Emerald.
emeralds. Yes, and I found this one place, but I need to perfect drilling into cheaper cheaper emeralds before I go. But I found some real nice size stones of emeralds between $300 and like $1,300 that would really up a price tag if you threw some odds, like a 3mm round, five sparkle in there. You'd have it like $8,000 ring or necklace or something when done. What's up, Will? Yeah. Damn cats.
I think I need a nickel to pick my next lottery numbers, since he's psychic.
I thought he said psycho. My bad.
Uh-huh.
I get those two words mixed up all the time. Last time I went to a psycho, I saw this guy look like the Joker. I was like, nah, I don't want him reading my fortune.
No doubt. Put a spell on you.
Riddle me this, Neil. Oh, wrong villain.
Riddle me this or riddle me that. Oh, another wrong villain.
I got C4 in the house. Good to see you.
Yeah. I've looked at that one too. My only problem with those, Nickel, is notoriety for sales and jewelry. Now, I did see some killer white topaz, but they were like white topaz, but they were nice, and then about $900 too.
Silver Boy Blues. No, I don't walk any poodles. That Samoyed is probably the closest to a poodle. Although I did used to walk and dog sit a Labradoodle. And she actually had her back left leg ended up having to get amputated. So she had the full harness set up where I had to kind of lift up her back, help her lift up her back end for the walk. Bit off topic, but good question. Let's see. There, that's kind of what most of my crews look like. Oh, the other one, that's she was a Wheaton Terrier. She was just she didn't like the heat. She couldn't handle the heat here, even in Canada. And her parents thought that, and maybe it did help to just have her groomed really short, would help prevent her from overheating.
You want to come up here, Wealth, while you're still awake?
Thanks, Silverboy.
I remember Wealth of Nations used to come up on the panel.
Yeah.
It's pinned to the top.
And that's good timing because I got to take a couple minute break here, but I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Yeah, not a problem. I got a bunch of stuff to talk about. I just got to know which one it is, and I don't know what that is yet until someone says they want to talk about something, then I'll talk about what I know about that subject.
Oh, there you go, Silverboy Blues. There's a blown up picture. Okay, I'll be right back.
I like all animals. You just got to be able to connect to them. You got to be able to understand the way they communicate so you can understand what they're telling you in their language, because we're supposed to be the smart ones. We're supposed to be the ones to figure this out. I've never heard to them. You got to be able to understand the way they communicate so you can understand what they're telling you in their language, You're gonna have to mute the YouTube, Will, especially once figure this out. You never heard to them. You gotta be able to understand the way they communicate, so you can understand what they're telling you in their language. You're gonna have to mute the YouTube, Will, especially once figure this out. You never heard to them. You gotta be able to understand the way they communicate, so you can understand what they're telling you in their language. Wow, I'm getting a loop. That's bizarre. Let me check my end, see if it's on my end. Nope, mine's muted. Mine's muted. So what's up, Will? Oh, you don't have to mute your mic, Will. Yes, and he put everything down here for us to care for. And it's since we're intellectually advanced species, it's for us to understand and learn the language of lesser species to where we can communicate with them. For those that try, have beautiful relationships with animals. They're creatures, not just animals. Horses, man, if you connect with a horse, ain't nothing like it. Yes, chickens. Yes, any animal. Like I said, I took a toothpick and put some honey on it when I started my first hive. Had it on my back porch. I lived somewhere other than I live right now. And I just held that toothpick up there. I was smoking my bowl and I just held my right hand still and had that toothpick about a half inch outside my index and thumb, holding it up there. And a bee landed on my hand, started eating honey, and then another two, and then there was three. They ate it all, and I did it again, and then three more came back. And then every night for about a month, I did that, and three came back every time. And I noticed similarities in the wings and stuff. I cannot guarantee it was the same three, but three came back every night. And that hive was cool to me. I also killed off wasps because I was a photographer back then, back in the turn of the millennium, a couple of years, like 2007 till 2014, 2017, somewhere around there. I was a professional photographer as well as a iron worker. And I laid out a 3-inch round, 1-inch deep little jar, had honey in it. And I'd have it totally round. The tip was with bees, and I'd take close-up pictures of their tongues. And that's when I discovered they have amber-colored tongues, and their tongues are about 25% the length of their bodies to 35% the length of their bodies. They got some real long tongues, but you start looking at some of the flowers they get their nectar from, or pollen from. They should have long tongues. But I didn't realize it until I started taking pictures of it. But then the hornets, I've never been married, Nickel. The hornets started showing up, and I actually started killing them with my thumb and squishing them to basically put off a signal to their kind that they're not welcome. It didn't work. It was an experiment. But I killed several, probably like 30 or 40 that year, hornets or wasps, little yellow ones. Yeah, I discovered a lot about bees, and yes, I became friendly with bees, and that's why I decided if I actually was friendly with them, I could possibly think like them and come up with a better beekeeping system for them. And that's where the whole thing started from. And then from the studying the bees, I found out about the elephants, and I found out that trees actually communicate with each other. But it was all from the bee research.
So I have a question. Do you just put the beehives out there and the elephants avoid them or something so they don't go that way?
Here's the deal. Okay, if a bee stings you in your ear as a human being, I don't care about our medical technology. You're dead. It's called swelling. It's going to swell inside your brain, and your brain is encompassed inside a skull. So if you have any swelling, it's going to put pressure on itself and squeeze itself to death. So do you believe elephants have larger ear canals than us? Because the same thing happens to their brain. They've got skulls, and Apparently, they know that if they get stung in the ear by a bee, they die. So they innately fear bees.
Oh wow.
Fear the sound of the bee. And I've actually done a scientific study to prove this. When I was working with Nasefu Wildlife down in Lingwana State National Park in Zambia, southeast corner of Zambia, I sent them a what was it? On the computer, I found a spot that had sounds of bees, and I was able to somehow like copy it and send it to them in an email or something. I had a friend help me, and they were able to download it, put it on what like it was like a tape recorder, but it was a modern version of a tape recorder. I don't know what they're called at the time. It was like 2011 or 12. And they were able to go out because they had elephants that came through their little area, their little village area they were at. And the dude stood about 150, 200 foot away from their family of elephants. And he turned on this recorder thing of the bee sound, turned it all the way up. And he noticed immediately a distinct reaction from the bees. And he validated what I was telling him. And that's what actually gave them more interest in my beekeeping system, because no one believed me when I said it was an elephant fencing system, just like you guys are like, oh, really? I'm like, duh, yeah, of course. So, and they were like, no way, you're lying. You're bullshit. Yeah, I'm like, try this out, you dumbass. They tried it out, and they're like, holy shit, we are dumbasses. I'm like, yeah, you sure are. It didn't go like that, but that's the basis of it. And that's what I got out of it and kept me involved with them, because I realized everything they were saying was an admittance of their dumbasses. I was right, and they should have listened to me in the first place. But that wasn't the words that came out of their mouth, but it was very much on the same level of wording, just more gracious and self-ingratiating to themselves. And me, because they wanted me down there at that point in time, or at least they led me to believe they did, because I had proven shit to them they didn't think humanly possible because they're stupid. And then they stole that money and didn't get me down there, and I'm still out here in California. A lot of knowledge, prototype, whole bunch of shit. Elephants dying every day. No one gives a fuck. I got the cure. Who cares? But if any of you guys happen to know someone who happens to know someone who might be someone who does care, I even, like I said, I've got a cheaper system than the actual bee thing that I'm going to loan to you, Salty.
Right.
I got a system probably I could put together for $300, $400, $500, and you just buy it one time and set it out there, and you can have one park ranger run around in his little Jeep and put them out there as the elephants are moving in that direction to change their trajectory. In which case, it would be a mobile fencing system, self-powered through solar panel, all this other shit. I've already got the design. So if you guys know anyone who's in a position to hear people give ideas of what they have, I got an idea. And I'm not wasting money on building it, except seeing other people in Africa are. They're thieves. Part of that's, and everyone says, oh, you colonials are bad people. It takes two to rob a bank successfully, an outside guy and an inside guy. Don't just blame the outside guy.
Yeah.
The inside guy's been fucking you for years. He's called your fucking president. You're a fucking elected leader. Yeah. He sold out when the guy offered him $1 million. He said, yeah, I don't care about these other black people. I'll take that money. That wasn't the colonial doing that. If it was that easy, they wouldn't have had coups in Africa that they just had. They'd have been able to pay them off, So, no, they're just finally figuring out it takes two to tango, obviously, but it's not so obvious, I guess. There's still a lot of places, and I call them out. I've called out the New African Channel on a couple of their occasions. That's why I haven't been doing any videos. One of many reasons. It's because I call them out because their perception of things, they like to blame colonials. And that's cool. I mean, I don't care. It's not a racist thing. I mean, if it is, I don't care. It's irrelevant. But what is relevant is that a thought process of finding something wrong, claiming it's something else, and giving a fix for claiming it's something else doesn't fix what was wrong. It just means what was wrong went away, and it can easily come back if you didn't fix it. So if you don't realize what actually is wrong and you fix it based on what you think is wrong, you're leaving the door wide open for the wrong to come back. And and the same thing happen all over again. You just wasted a lot of time and energy, life, and everything else. So it's not a racial thing or anything. That's a perspective thing. And you have to, if you're going to make change in a direction, make sure it's in the direction of change and not of subjugation. Don't make it the same thing that you're leaving with a new name, basically. You know, don't change the clown leader with another clown leader. They'll still sell you out. If you want to make real change for the people. And that's why I like the geopolitical shit that I'm doing on Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. Because I actually like the way those governments are going. They told everyone to get fucked. I'm like, yeah, that's how you do it. That's change I can believe in. They kicked out everybody and said, okay, we're renegotiating everything because every one of you fucked us. And they're right. Yes, sir.
How old was that video that you played?
Which video?
With the bees.
Oh, geez. Holy cow.
So it's not recent then.
Oh God, no, man. I can get back to it.
It's okay. Like, because I'm just wondering, like, are you farming any bees right now?
No, I don't have any bees right now.
Nothing right now.
No, that was I would say 2010, 11. No, it might be 2012. I can tell you exactly where it's at. It's on two old brothers that turned out to be good guys. They owned like 1,800 acres up in Napa on the Napa River, and they had a fucking gorgeous layout. And I was able to talk to them and explain shit to them. They were intelligent enough to understand what I was trying to do, and they actually needed bees on their property full time. So that land there is actually private land of a billionaire. and that old man, he had a good time with me out there, because before I was able to handle the bees like that, I ran quite a bit from the bees because I didn't do it right and I had to run. And him and his brother, he used to sit in this old Ford truck about a quarter mile away from me, and they just watch us. And all of a sudden, they see me swat on my head, start running, because you got to run about a quarter mile for the bees stop chasing you. Once you're past the quarter mile, they start giving up chase. So you gotta run.
That's convenient. I start giving up the run after a quarter of a mile.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I was too. I made about a third, and I was like, I'm just gonna die. Fuck this shit, you know. So excuse the language again, but these old men, they had a great time. They had a great time watching me do it. And I was out there for a couple of years, got it figured out, and then their truck quit showing up because they knew that I figured it out how to deal with them, and they were like, "Hey, he's no more fun." those old guys are great, but they were like multi-billionaires back in 2012. They unfortunately both passed away, and because great white sharks took on whale carcasses being the way they are. Legally, the gentleman did the right thing to preserve their wealth for their family, but I got kicked off the land because of one of the grandson's personal feelings. And he had no understanding of what I was trying, like his grandfather did. And I had no other safe space, because that actually cost a little bit of money to trailer, especially with bees in it. Anywhere else around here in California, there's a good chance someone else could just pull up and trailer it off. And I didn't have any land to stick it on after that. So that was pretty much the end of that. But again, like I said, it's a new system. You got to build up a line of clients for pollination. All this stuff has never been done before. So it's going to take someone who's willing to put in the time to make it work, to actually work the system after I get the finished product. And that's where I see self-funding coming in, because finished product is probably going to be about $30,000, and I'll have to make like 5 of them and give them to people to use and operate properly for a year, so I can start building up numbers on it, so I can sell it as a business or lease them out, or whatever. It's a longer term business. It's not
Does it need to be someone on the West Coast, or if it was
No,
someone...
it can be anywhere.
Okay,
Actually,
so-
and I see great need of a system like this on the island of England. Actually, the best place, because I knew beekeepers out there that'll actually load up hives from down in Wales, and they'll load them up in a trailer, single hives with the Langstroth system, and load them up, 10 in the little trailer, 20 or something. He'll make 2 or 3 trips from southern England to northern Scotland to do the Scottish heather. What do we got here?
This is, I mentioned ECP before. He's in the precious metals and stacking community. He does auctions, but his channel focuses on bees, coins, and prospecting. And I'm thinking, I know I mentioned him to you before, but if you haven't connected with him, I'm kind of thinking it might be a good idea, because I know he's right into the bees. Like, that's his love.
Well, hook him up with me, man. Dropping links. Hey, this guy here. Because like I said, I got a lot of other stuff going on. Bees are on the back burner until, like I said, I can get up the money, get a couple finished products going on that mobile apiary, and then get people to use them and be able to keep accurate numbers. And that's an important thing, because my estimation is an average of 50,000 a year income on the low end, because I'm always conservative with numbers because I don't want to oversell it for someone. But it is easily, if a family were to buy a finished product, you could be able to maintain a middle class income if you're not in the state of California or an expensive state, middle class income in an average expense state off of owning one of these, and work for yourself, build your own relationships with farmers and small time farmers. And actually, in this time and environment, there's going to be a lot of small time farmers popping up that need 5-10 acres pollinated. And right now, a majority of the business of pollination belongs to the hands of 5 people who have like 10 million hives.
Well, if you want, what I did put ECP's link in the chat there, and Nickel said Ellis LLC might have bees too. But
it's a good question. He's here in chat, or he might still be here in chat. Probably not. It's only 9 people here. Oh yeah, magic mushroom, definitely. It's nectar. It's a manna from heaven. That's what I call honey. Manna from heaven. There is a type of honey, actually any type of honey. If you can get a hold of pure, real Manuka honey, they're awesome. But if for diabetics, foot wounds, it's the hardest thing to heal for diabetics. And also in my study of bees, I discovered this as well. If you put honey on your wound, if you're a diabetic, and you get a foot wound, and you've already been to the doctor for a year trying to heal it, and it's not healed up, start putting honey on it. It'll heal up in about 6 weeks.
I wonder if that would help people with bed sores.
I don't know about everything, but I do know about that because I saw a report this guy did, and he actually was a diabetic, and he worked with horses, and he put honey on they got like horse flies that really can take chunks out of horses apparently. And instead of like bandaging them up and shit and doing all this stuff, he just take some honey, wipe it over where it bit the flesh of the horse, and then cover it in a couple of days. And he was like amazed. He was like, holy fuck. All the other products took a long time, didn't work, sometimes worked, whatever. And somehow he figured out to try it on his own self because he had a little foot injury, and it did him good. And he wrote a little report on it, and I was able to get a hold of that report. And I was like, oh, cool.
I can't vouch for horses, but I know from my experience that horse flies will take a chunk out of humans too.
Yeah, and
they go after horses for sure. They do.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm just saying I don't know what the wound looks like, but when they bite humans, I mean, I've noticed we've got them quite a bit at the beach, and around any body of water they like, and they will take a chunk out of you.
And there's some cheap cure for you to heal up without having to buy prescription this, prescription that, whatever.
That's
save yourself money.
So make sure now, just carnivorous bugs? Is that what it is?
Maybe. I don't know. I know they do really like horses. My granddad used to have horses, and they'd torment horses in the summer.
Well, hornet is carnivorous.
Is that right? Hornets are carnivorous?
Yeah, yeah. How I chase down hornets' nests because they go after beehives. And when I had my beehives before I invented my system, part of the problem is you find a spot in the wild or on a park or on someone's land or whatever, and you put your Langstroth style hives and they sit there forever because that's a safe spot for them. Well, in the insect world, predators figure out where they're at and start attacking. And if you have a swarm of hornets coming in on your thing, a way to determine, especially if they're ground hornets, is you take some bologna or some beef or meat and you set it out there. They'll come pick that sumbitch up, but they can't carry it that far because it's pretty heavy. Make it a decent size, not big enough to where they can't carry it, but not small enough to where they can take it home. And it's just a small nibble for them. And you follow them, and you can find out where their ground hive is because they'll take that piece of meat back to the hive for those to eat. So yeah, carnivorous.
Oh yeah, that's right. They go after beehives, right? They'll destroy a hive.
And overnight, they'll cut the head, and they don't even eat the bees. They'll just bite their heads off and go the next one, bite its head off, go the next one, bite its head off, go the next one, bite its head off. Actually, they've got a Japanese hornet that can't fit in the side into the door of a beehive. They're about 3-4 inches long. They're up in the northwest right now. It's the Japanese hornet. They're about 3 to 4 inches long. And they hurt if they bite you. Never been bit. Heard about it.
So it's the females that are taking the chunks out of us.
Probably.
They're going for the blood.
Typical.
Yeah, I was going to say that, but I'll just ditto that. I don't think there's any females in here right now, so we can say that.
No, it's true though. If you look at the last comment I put in the chat there, that's what Google says anyway. That's what Google says.
Neil, how's Silver doing? I haven't seen Silver in a while.
Hold on a second.
26.94 right now.
I'm actually way ahead of you.
No, I
It
mean
just takes me a while.
I mean the kitty.
Oh.
Oh, there you go.
I'm more interested in cats than I am the silver stuff, and I like the shiny stuff too a lot, but I like cats even more.
Well, I have Gandalf was sitting behind me. Let's see if I can find Silver. Here he is. He's actually by the front door. I got Gandalf the Grey, who usually watches the door behind me. No, you talking about the little black and white one that jumps on my shoulders, or the white one?
Yeah.
Okay, that's Striker. The white one with the gray tail and gray ears, that's Silver. He also jumps on my shoulders, but not nearly as much. But Striker, yeah, he's out front too.
Okay.
That guy, I think he's got some brain damage, man. He's a kooky cat.
He's smoking too much weed.
Well, typically the mama cats around here bring me their cats that won't survive in the wild. So they usually got something wrong with them. They're a little slow on upkeep.
Here's my retarded kid. You take care of them.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Do you remember what was it, Frosty the Snowman? Or no, it wasn't Frosty. It was Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Neil is the land of the misfit cats.
Pretty much. I mean, on the screen is
the land of the misfit toys, and Neil's the land of the misfit cats.
Everyone's special, even kitty cats.
I think it says a lot of the wild animals. Trust them.
Yeah, my daughter has a friend. She's sort of a Mother Teresa cat. She's got one-eyed cat, and then she's got one three-legged cat. She goes, and those are she specifically adopts disabled cats. So I think that's awesome.
So what's so nice about this Sunday market opening? Platinum's down, palladium's down, silver's up a little bit, and gold's up a little bit.
I hadn't followed it the last week or two. Why silver rocketed higher and then dropped back significantly, it looks like from 28 to 27. What was the cause of the drop? Do you know?
I figured there was a glass ceiling at the 28 and a half ish mark, and it hit that, and then it kind of went back down to
Okay.
not even 26. 26 is, but not even 26. So it's just an upward bounce down, basically. It's like dribbling. To get the next bounce up, you got to hit a bottom, and the bottom.
Yeah, yeah, a pullback to
Yeah.
build some pressure for the next rise.
Yeah, I could see it going up to 30 by next week, into this week maybe. Depends on that
30
vol.
is the big number. I mean, I think if we cross 30, then then we're talking a new ball game.
Actually, silver, I've got Kitco up right now on the screen.
Yeah.
It's a full screen. I don't know how well you can see it.
All right. It looks good.
Oh, okay.
I see all the way down to London fixed price USD. That's the last line I can see.
If that stuff matters, right here at the London fixed price.
I got the chart pulled up too if you want.
Yeah, let me get out of this and pull up JM's here. There we go. A lot easier to see.
That's silver.
Okay.
And I can add gold to that too. Let's see if I can zoom in one more.
So it looks like it may have bottomed at 26. It had a pullback from, wow, I didn't know it. It rocketed up to high 29s there, then pulled back to low 26. Looks like there's maybe a floor in, and it can build from there.
Yep. Yep. So that's each of those vertical lines is 1 day's trading activity, and there we'll switch it to 1 hour. So the last since the overseas markets open, it had this nice little jump. Let's go back there and I'll add gold because I'm sure some people want to see gold. So gold's the orange, and silver continues to be the red and green.
They track each other pretty well.
Yeah.
Really well. Especially like the longer you look, the more they track each other.
Oh yeah, yeah. Especially.
So when did it start diverging from about 14 to 1 to what it is now, 80 to 1 or something like that?
Oh, I think that was a while ago.
14 to 1 to 80 to 1?
Yeah.
The
It's
GSR?
around 80 to 1 now, right? 14 to 1 is historically what silver would trade at.
Yeah.
In relation to gold.
It's in here. I'll pull it up. Right here.
Oh, nice. You got the chart.
So it was down there twice. In 1967, 1968 area, right when the gold standard ended, or at least when they stopped doing the silver coinage. And again,
that was
in 79.
Right?
So 79, the Hunt brothers when they ran up the price to 50.
And actually, I don't like looking at these things logarithmic. It
Yeah,
defaults
no,
to
logs too hard to look at. There you go.
So there we go.
Okay, so the last time it was anywhere near was like 2011, 2012, where it was like 30, 32, 33 to 1.
Yeah. Look, the last 20 years. April 2011. And man, like she was up to 110. That's insane.
Yeah. Oh, that's a buy.
I still think it should be around 50. Like if you look
I
through
don't
here,
understand it because it's used so much in industry where gold isn't. So why is it so cheap compared to gold?
Well, it's definitely more plentiful.
Well, it's plentiful. I think the ratio last time I heard was 7 to 1.
Out of the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for sure, over time, reality has to kick in, right? And the physical supply and demand has to reconcile itself.
And not, silver and gold are different in that a lot of silver is consumed and it's hard to recycle, whereas most gold is not consumed. I mean, some's used in electronics where it's not recycled, but um, most of it stays. It's jewelry, bars, doesn't get consumed.
I would imagine nothing happens to the patented items, just the price of making those patented items would go up.
This is platinum. Platinum now. Platinum.
Actually, believe it or not, there is a company. Hold on. You guys keep talking. See if I can find it.
So platinum actually looks like it's been relatively stable the last
Yeah,
little while.
pretty stable.
Sideways. Like it's,
Neil, are you
looks
still
good.
bullish on platinum?
Yes, very, 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 very.
What do you think? What do you think the catalyst for platinum taking off will be?
Geopolitical.
War?
No, I think China's deal with South Africa ending will end it.
What deal? What deal does China have with South Africa?
They got them into BRICS. They made some deal with them. And they did lots of contracts, knowing they had to buy 2.5 million ounces of platinum in 2024 back in 2013, and South Africa just newly getting its country back together, getting rid of all of their supposed problems of certain colored people and other colored people taking positions. And instead of doing the right thing, they started just, profiteering. And then China moved in and made deals with them. Those leaders took those deals. Ever since then, South Africa mining has lost in like a 10-year time whatever, has lost $5 billion, and the price of platinum has dropped ever since they joined BRICS. The same time period of a 10-year time period from 2013 till 2023, that South Africa gold mining as a prospective industry has lost $5 billion, where gold mining elsewhere has prospered. The only difference is the geopolitical contract signed with the One Belt Road Initiative with China, that actually Italy signed a similar contract and said it'll be provisional 1 year to see what happens. And after 1 year, they said, screw China, this will bankrupt Italy. But see, South Africa didn't do that. They went all in. And well, now for 50% of the day, they don't even have electricity. And I just got 2 weeks ago, probably, a letter or an email from Impala Mines saying, well, last year I got one saying they would drop in production 15% because of power issues. Now they're dropping another 7% production because of power and employee issues, because their employees can't afford to live because they don't have power to do their shit, and they're all migrating elsewhere. So I don't know how much longer it will be before South Africa goes bankrupt, but when that happens, price of platinum's prepared to jump, and it's going to happen soon, because there's a company that came out and stated in Canada called Clean Air Energy a couple months ago publicly, stating, we are sitting on the largest platinum supply in the world. We're just waiting for the numbers, the price to go up before we start mining it. It starts at 500 meters, and to start at 500 meters doesn't take that very much long to get down there, and it's cheap if you only have to go 500 meters, because in South Africa, their average intake of ore starts at 2,000 meters. and the expense of getting that ore up over 500 meters is like 5 times the expense. And this company's just in Canada has all the permit and everything. They're just like, we'll just wait till the price goes up significantly. So they know it's going to go up significantly, or else they wouldn't have advertised that they've got the rights to mine that platinum vein in Canada, and why they're not doing it right now. So it's clear manipulation. So you look back and see what could have happened. Well, if you pull up charts like what JM had, do a gold chart, silver chart, platinum chart, you'll find out, or just gold and platinum, and you'll find out that between 2011 and 2013 is the first time in recorded history that platinum was actually less than gold and not double gold's price. So has to be a reason. The only thing that happened those years is South Africa joined BRICS. And it just so happens every other country that partners up with China goes bankrupt. So it just makes sense that it's China.
Yeah, China's bad news.
Oh, big time. They rape every country to keep their wealth. People just haven't realized it yet, but the numbers will come in because you can't, just like with us, you can't kick that can down the road too far, because once too many countries go back. Let me put it this way. Pakistan, the number one country that signed on to the Belt Road Initiative, is publicly stating they're not going to look at allowing America to have a U.S. base there. But by them saying that means that they're looking at allowing America to have a base there, because they know that we'll bring money with us. And the Chinese money they're getting is no good because it bankrupted them. So I wouldn't be surprised with it by 2030. We don't have a deal with Pakistan to have a military base there.
JM, do you have a chart on uranium?
I could find one. Just give me a minute.
Uranium was surging a few weeks ago. I'm curious how it's doing right now.
Striker. You're a sexy guy, Striker.
How many B boxes side by side do you have in your trailer? And what are their dimensions?
What was that? I'm sorry, I was putting my cat down.
Oh, what are the dimensions of the B boxes, and how many of them do you put side by side in the trailer? Or
In that size trailer,
if you're too close.
In that size trailer, I only have room for 4 side by side because it's the smallest trailer. Ideally, what you need to look at, or what I'm looking at when I build the prototype, the finished models, would be I'm going to look at crop pollination contracts for size, and having 8 is an odd number, so I'd go with 10, because with a 10 beehives on the trailer, you can pollinate 5 acres. So you can get 5-acre pollination contracts per trailer. So if you average in your area 20-acre fields that need to be pollinated, you get 4 of these, and then in the meanwhile, 2 to the 10-acre, 2 to this 10-acre, 1 to that 5-acre, very easily transported around. But you'd have to be industrious enough to go out and get those contracts, because the problem with beekeeping in America is, as I said earlier, 5 people own like 10 million hives, and when 5 people own 95% of anything, if anything happens to one of those 5 people, it's a national disaster. And that's what happened with beekeeping. I think 2 of the 5 people lost 30 or 50% of their hives because of colony collapse. And the only reason they died because of colony collapse is because they weren't maintaining the hives properly, because they were only in it for money. They didn't give a fuck about the bees. That's why only 5 people had 10 million hives. They didn't care about the health of the bees. They wanted public funds. It was easier, cheaper. I came up with a cure.
This is uranium prices.
Well, it's still doing really well. So it looks like the silver and gold charts. It topped. It went stratospheric, hit a top, has a pullback, and looks like it's what they call, I guess they always call this, forming a cup and handle pattern.
Yeah.
This is the cup.
This is the handle. This is the spout.
Go for the teapot. Um,
Yeah, I remember Rick Rule. I'm glad I listened to him way back when because he was saying, it's really not economical for mines to mine it unless it's at least $50, whatever, a pound.
Yeah, yeah. Speaking of that, it costs $900 to mine an ounce of platinum ore if you're getting it at 2,000 meters. How much is platinum selling for? Because it costs $1,300 after production of the ore into the raw material and converted into a metal holding in your hand form.
So how much does it cost to mine it in Canada versus South Africa?
It'll be a lot less than $1,300 an ounce because they don't have to go down the extra 1,500 meters underground. 1,500 meters underground, the pressure differentials, the amount of pumps you need just to recycle air is like 10 times as many because you have to push fresh air down 2,000 meters. You have to have the piping and infrastructure for all that, the electrical. You have to take the equipment down there, getting the men down there. You know how long it takes to get down 2,000 meters on an elevator? And you got 100 guys you need down there. There's 5 elevator trips. So now you're looking at.
Yeah, that's over a mile.
Exactly. I mean, it's just
Creeping along at what, 5 miles an
exponentially
hour,
more
however fast those things
expensive.
move?
It's exponentially more expensive. And then to bring the ore up, moving tons of ore up an extra 1,500 meters from underground, the expense alone, I don't know what it is because they haven't been at 500 meters for so damn long. And inflation was a lot different, 20, 30 years ago when it was probably like $400, but inflation, everything, I couldn't, don't hold me to that number because that's just off the top of my head with just thinking off the top of my head with numbers. But if it costs 1,300 to get an ounce up at 2,000 meters, I would say at 500 meters, it would probably cost around $400 or $500. So if that company wants to wait till they can show even a more profit potential, they're waiting for investors. And investors don't want to move into platinum while it's manipulated. another reason for they're showing manipulation, because if they're looking at it being that cheap and they could jump in and make money now, why aren't they? Because, well, yeah, you can make money now, but you can really make money once the manipulation ends, and that's when.
Oh, Neil, you got to highlight Nichols' last 2 comments.
Hey, what's up, MW?
Hey,
What, this one right here?
Yep.
Hey, I'm waiting for Beetlejuice. I'm waiting for Beetlejuice to explode. I'm gonna take a whole bunch of rare earth magnets and put them in a large circle, and try and draw the cellular platinum to that magnetic field. How's that, Nickel?
If you highlight the next comment, you'll see why he's holding out for that asteroid.
Yeah, the same reason I'm putting my rare earth magnets out, to attract the heavy minerals.
Hey, try again. Regarding your comment about the 1929 crash being minor, it's not the crash, it's the response by the government that causes the problem.
Well, exactly.
Hey, we survived asteroids. Government, please stay away.
Peter Schiff talks about that all the time. I guess we were heading into a little depression after World War I, 1919, 1920. And instead of what they did in the Great Depression, they pulled back on government spending instead of increased it dramatically and crowded out the private sector. Is that where you're going, Salty Monkey?
Basically, the government getting involved, trying to support this, support that, bail this out, bail that in. That's what causes problems, and it makes the problem worse long term.
Yeah.
But if you let the rotten businesses fall out, and then their assets get auctioned off, people can use it more efficiently, then an agency can decide, oh, we're going to do this. We're going to grow cotton, or we're going to grow peanuts or something, it doesn't matter. They can't make decisions like an individual farmer can.
Right. And bureaucrats typically, in my opinion, don't make good decisions.
They take the money.
Oh, the old saying is, if you want something to be really screwed up, get the government to do it.
Yeah.
Probably a bit of truth to that.
Reagan had a saying. It was something like, I don't remember it verbatim, but it was something like, if it moves, the government will tax it until it stops. And it was three parts. I only remember two. But basically, if it fails because of the taxation, then they'll subsidize it.
Bye-bye.
That sounds about like something you'd say.
Yep. Definitely sounds about right.
If it moves, tax it. If it fails, subsidize it. Is that it?
I think first, give it a fine for stopping.
Fine.
Right. Fine it, and then put it on life support so it can pay the fine. Right? It's got to be an exorbitant fine. Millions of dollars.
I found the saying. Here's the middle part. If it moves, tax it. If it keeps moving, regulate it. And if it stops moving, subsidize it.
Nice.
I'm from the government. I'm here to help.
Yeah, he says that's the 5 scariest words in the English language. That was another Reaganism. I think it was 5 words, but anyway, he had the right count.
I don't want to say or do anything here. I'll find out.
And I'm not completely anti-government either, but I think it's got way top heavy.
Here's what, and this is the most simplistic issue with the government here in America. I can't speak for other countries because you have different governments, but here in America, it used to be everybody, under the law was equal. When the fuck did that special come in, and how is that equal? If you can give me an answer to that, I'll agree that being special should be paid for. If you can't get me an answer to that, then why are we paying for special?
Hey, I'm special. You should pay me.
Yeah, everybody is, but why are only certain specials getting extra specials? You know
Mr.
what I'm saying?
Rogers had a
I'm
thought
special
about
because I'm melanin challenged.
I'm mentally challenged too. Shit.
No, melanin.
Hold on a second here. I have got to.
I like what our founding father said, George Washington.
Shoot 'em
Government
until you
is
can't
not
shoot 'em again.
reason. It is not eloquence. It is force, and force, like fire, is a dangerous servant and a fearful master.
Oh, I was. Oh, you don't want to see that. That's not what I'm showing
He
you.
was talking to King George when he said that. I mean, basically, that's who he was addressing, the British Empire.
I had just got these in.
Okay, Neil, you got to put yourself on full screen for that.
Oh, okay.
In my
What, a new bomb?
gemstones for the osmium work, I think.
Yeah,
I
new
see a
nickel. Hey, nickel.
poking through, but that's all I can see. You got aliens in the way.
Now I got nickel.
Hey, stack it up, Neil. You'll have nickel stacking.
Here's nickel stacking. Hey, nickel. Here you are stacking. I hope it didn't hurt.
And what are these greenstones?
They are. What are they? Green emeralds. Loose gemstone, 9.4 carat. That's a 9.4 carat.
Nice.
It's lovely.
They look fantastic.
This is what I'm talking about here. About when I'm saying adding
Looks
osmium.
like a wintergreen mint.
Mm-hmm.
Add osmium to existing shit. It's new. And what I mean by that is,
So are you going to just like hold the osmium chip there so we can see it?
no, I can't do that. I might. Well, maybe I might. I got these things right here. Hold on, I might. Hold on. Let me see about me.
Just don't sneeze.
Yeah, no shit. Okay, first I had to open this to where I can get this fucker out. And I know I'm going to drop
And these osmium bits, they can be made into any shape or form you want, right? So they could be somebody's initials.
Yeah, actually, I have an H.
So
they have
they
H.
can have-
They have the whole alphabet.
So
Right.
you could do like somebody's initials on these emeralds for cufflinks or something, right?
They're too big. The letters too. You'd have to get specially made small ones. See now what I'm talking about is thickness.
Mhm.
That's thickness.
Yeah, it's like a Hall's coffee or cough drop.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Nickel didn't like being squished by fucking emeralds. But this right here, a 3 millimeter round. Damn it, Nickel! You took my full screen off, son. You hogging that. I got the show right now. A 3 millimeter.
They look Colombian. Are they Colombian emeralds?
Yes, sir. A 3 millimeter round would fit in that. How do you think that would sparkle with all that green that already sparkling inside there?
Beautiful.
I mean, now I got a secondary, so I got two of them. I mean, they don't both look exactly the same and whatnot because that's just not how it works. But they're both the same. One's a little bit lighter than the other. This one here in the box is lighter than the other one.
You probably paid pretty good for those.
I paid pretty much too much, probably, but yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, Colombian, and those look really good for Colombian. So you paid the money out for those.
And this is what I'm talking about. See, I got two. This could be turned in, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the osmium on top of here, but I'm going to turn my fan off first.
The Colombian emeralds are the most sought after.
I know.
So what you're saying is this is not fashion jewelry.
No. And here are the.
To be honest with you,
That's
Colombian emeralds. They're investment pieces. People would probably just keep the gemstone and sit on them. Not do
That's the
anything with it.
Alexandria type, and that's like 1.2 carat.
It
This
looks
thing-
kind of like
This thing
amethyst.
here's 9 carat. You see the difference? 9 carat to 1.2 carat. I can't do nothing with these, even with the smallness of this. It's square. I got to go with 3 millimeter round.
It's okay. You still built inventory. They can be used.
Yeah.
I really like amethyst too.
Hold on a second here. I'm getting with you.
Colombian emerald, my favorite gemstone.
And while you're waiting, let's see here. There's 1, 2. Oh, that one doesn't count. 3, 4. $3,600 worth of unemployment I'll have next week. They've been holding out on me for 2 months. I haven't gotten anything. Now they're giving it all to me at once. Ain't that nice of them?
And that might have been all gone to these emeralds.
So
Shit.
the osmium right there that you're trying to put on it there?
Yeah, I need to spin it around. There.
Do full screen. Okay.
It's upside down. And this is just a 2 millimeter square.
I think a little pair of tweezers would be ideal.
Lick your finger and then touch it with your finger. It'll pick it up.
Yeah, but then how do I can get it the fuck down this way?
You didn't ask for that. I only gave you one solution.
Damn you!
Tweezers.
Jeweler's tweezers. All right.
So
Let
do
me
you
get
have your
closer
letter
to the
H
camera
that you
here.
put on there?
Huh?
Okay, so now you're going to put that wad in a ring.
It could
That
be
would
anything.
like a
Necklace.
choker.
I think just a standalone.
It could be a
That-
ring, a necklace, a
that-
pendant. It could be anything.
that
What's your
design
letter?
there was pretty popular in the '60s. You saw that, you saw like with diamond or something.
Yeah, the cut. But I'm looking at doing this is 2 millimeter square. I'm looking at a 3 millimeter round inset into it.
It'd be easier to grind out a
Yes.
circle than it would to get the corners of the
Yes.
square.
Yes, 100%.
That's right on, Neil. That's fantastic.
Do you have your letter H? I'd like to see that up against the gemstone.
There you go.
Yeah, hold on a second.
Take your time and don't lose it.
Yeah. Damn it. I need to be more careful.
Hey, Chuck Stalker, good to see you.
That
And I managed to hold off until now before taking any Benadryl.
he makes them. He makes fancy boxes and sends them to people. He could use it on his boxes.
Yeah. It's easy to do a square in wood.
I know a guy who's just getting into woodworking.
Oh, cool. I captured it. Sweet. Fuck, I thought I lost it. Sorry, Bryce. Sorry. But yeah, that's the basics of what I'm talking about. Let me get this back to something cool. That's the basis of what I'm talking about when I'm saying make jewelry pieces. Nothing like that's in history has been made.
Oh man, with your picture here, Neil, she's only with the alien for his money, dude. Look how old he is.
That's what I'm saying, man. He's at least 1,000.
Yeah,
She's
she's only there for his money.
She's
It has to
inserting
be.
the Wizard of Osmium.
It has to be because I don't see anything between his legs.
Well, obviously, size doesn't matter if you have money, Nickel.
I think that's true.
No, it is.
Up for it with his fingers.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna get rid of
Yeah.
this and bring back this ugly desk so I can show my brother the H.
Yeah, so put the H on top of that emerald there.
Oh gosh, now you're okay. I see what you're talking about. Yeah, the H I feel more comfortable pulling out. That's big.
And try to do a cartwheel at the same time.
Well, that was very popular with men to do that. They got their gemstone, they put their initial on the gemstone. Usually, what they did it in gold.
And what's old always is new.
And so men really liked that at one point. That was very popular for a man to wear a ring with a gemstone and then his the first letter of his name on it. It was very popular.
Yeah, I've seen quite a few of those.
Would these rappers that rent jewelry and stuff want to rent something like that?
Yeah, for a music video, yeah.
And believe it or not, green gemstones are more of a male thing than women. Yes, women like emerald, but men, I always think of green gemstones as a man's gemstone.
Well, a redhead could wear it.
For sure. Yep.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, her name could be Helen.
Helen of Troy.
Oh, you're gonna launch 1,000 ships with that shit.
I was looking for what's his name?
Thule should have been here. She's missed the show. She would like to see that.
Yep.
Get a screenshot of it.
I was going to say, hold it as still as you can up to the camera there, and I'll screenshot it.
Windows Shift and S.
Yep.
And you can
It's a little out of focus, though. So go out a little bit.
That's good.
Okay.
Out a little more. Oh, Man, you broke it, Neil. What's going on?
I got about 5 screenshots on that.
We need to put that in a video promotion.
Well, eventually, once I get my camera back going, I'm gonna get some video of this and hand it off to JM. Let him
The
do his-
gemstone's awesome. I mean, you can see the light going
See,
through.
now I'm lucky. That's the backside of mine. The backside of mine's like a Sparkle 2.
Mm-hmm.
The front side's Sparkle 5. Usually they're not. It's unusual to get a sparkle on both sides.
Yeah, so it would actually kind of be a waste to mount it that way.
Yes. I already. This is not getting
visible.
This has to be put on something where like you can see both sides.
Both
It will
sides.
spin, and you'll be able to see as it spins. But that side being the prevalent side, because the Sparkle 5 and the other side's only a Sparkle 2, so it would
Well-
not be set into an emerald.
The thing you could do is put, that when like they put coins in there. What's that plastic called? You put it in there and it hardens, and it's right in the middle, so you would get it from both sides on it. That would be a good pendant if you put that in there, because somebody that has the first letter, that's their letter, the first letter of their name, that they're going to want it.
Yeah, and how many people have that letter as a first name? You know what I'm saying? There's some, and each one would be unique, different. Never done before because osmium's not been available to be done. Inset into a gem that reflects a different color than the light spectrum, that natural blue hue. That's why I went with Alexandrite at first. It was a translucent type, purplish, bluish, and it would highlight the natural. Because even before they started working with it in crystalline form, osmium straight out of the ground is the only noble metal, precious metal, that has a blue color to it. The only one. Hey Zardos, how's it going? Chess, sorry about it, guys. Didn't see you. I was busy messing around with some crystallized osmium.
Yeah, no, that was excellent. I'm glad to see you got those emeralds too.
I'm actually gonna
Blue
get I'm getting the Ethiopian white opal. I'll have it by next week's live stream, and I'll be able. They're slabbed a lot bigger, like 18, 22 millimeters. So I'll be able to like have them ground down into different shapes. And with opal, obviously, it'll be a lot easier to grind into than a diamond or something like that.
Lucite, if you put it in the middle of that, like not a square, but probably rounded off like a piece with the H in there. Yeah, women would buy that.
Yep.
And lucite.
Yeah, and they again, Zardo says my real name starts with H. We can make rings. I was looking at a black opal for a ring with like the H or an A or an S. You know, there's all different things. It's all available. This is all new, man. We can all hop in, buy stuff, do it, create it, and when you make it and create something new in the jewelry market, you're getting between 1% to 500% markup instantly. And that seems like a good investment for a precious metal. Hey, I'm gonna buy an ounce of silver for 25 and turn it into 125 in 2 days. Cool. Let's do it. You know what I'm saying? That's what this is. You take osmium, add some jewelry to make it into a piece of jewelry, and whatever cost is into it, you can increase it by 1% to 500% instantly. What a beautiful market. And real jewelry, not the fake shit, sells good during economic hard times because people are looking to store value. And jewelry is one of the, just like gold, 5,000-year investment strategies that people use to preserve wealth. But they don't talk about it as much as gold and silver. So I'm just bringing to the table something that's already been brought to the table a couple thousand years ago. I'm just reintroducing it because this new thing called crystallized osmium's come, which kind of is a unique thing in and of itself, because never do you get to, what's up, Independent? Never do you get to have a marketplace and then have something come along that makes that marketplace new for that something that came along. And in the jewelry industry, this crystallized osmium makes jewelry new again. The sparkle of like for nose rings, if someone were to get a diamond put in his nose ring, the reflectiveness or refractiveness of light would give about 10 meters 30 foot, you could see it. A 2 millimeter square of crystallized osmium could be seen at 60 foot.
Hey Neil, I just wanted to quick interrupt you to say to let Indy know if you just got here and you didn't see Neil showing his osmium H on the emerald, you have to go
I'm
back.
not doing it again.
No, what was it? About 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pop back about 10 minutes and you see it.
I was going to say hi to her. I watched her.
Nope, you're not allowed to.
I saw her show that she had on. She had Lady C on there.
Yeah, Indy's awesome.
And I like it that she's gone with that now. Now she labeled herself Lady C. I told her she needs a nickname.
You'll like it. I show my design just without actually putting it together. Opens up a wide spectrum of thought process for jewelry, Indy.
And Lady C was on the Friday show too. Terrell, she was on hers. So yeah, she's becoming a regular, ain't she, JM? She's pretty much becoming a regular on their show.
And you know what was? I know we're a little off topic here, but we're talking about Lady Campion, known as Lady C, who's an amazing. She's just an amazing singer. Her last, what is it called? Dinner time music. The last song she sang on that live stream was just outstanding.
Yeah, she definitely has a professional voice. She should be doing Broadway or something. I mean, she really should.
Yeah. She was having some issues with her breathing, and that was really holding her back. So, I know she's had surgery to help, and I think she's almost fully recovered. So you never know. I think there are great things ahead for her.
Yeah, her voice, it sounded good to me. I mean, sounded 100%. So
see, what y'all need to do is you need to get me up there singing. So that way you set the bar low, and everyone feels good that comes after me, that they'll be able to sing compared to. They'll be like, shit, compared to that guy, I'm fucking Frank Sinatra. Shit.
Well, the thing is, when you're in school, you always want to go first for your presentation because the bar is low as it possibly get.
Exactly.
So what I'm hearing is Neil needs to be the opening act.
Yeah, I'll be like, amazing grace, how sweet.
The other really good singer, I think, I'm impressed with, was the one that did the Lady Gaga song. She's really good.
Weird Al?
Lady Gaga.
Weird Al?
No. She was in one of the other.
He does everybody's
really sing, and she did Lady Gaga song really good. So I said, man, she's good too.
Yeah, I'm not sure who that was.
Has Weird Al done anything recently?
And there's one guy who played the guitar really good. And there's another one that sounds like, man, he sounds like one of the country music singers. I go, man, he could make an album. There's no doubt in my mind.
There's so many good musicians, and Independent Many's connected in with some of the best, in my opinion. So if you like music, I'm sure you're connected with Independent Many.
Mary.
Actually, I'll drop her link here. Hold on.
That's good to know.
She misspelled her name when she came on my link. It's actually Independent Mary.
I've been digging on the Allman Brothers recently since Dickie Betts died, and I've always liked some of their songs, but I'm amazed at how good they really were.
Yeah, and most of these musicians, well, all of them are independent. They're not been signed.
Well, I can tell you, there's at least 5 or 6 I've heard that if they went on the music contest, music got talent or something, it would not be the first eliminated. I can promise you, they would not be the first ones voted off. So.
Yeah.
But you have jobs, you've got commitments. It's just hard later in life to go. because you've got so many people depending on you, and you got responsibilities, and it's better if you're 18, 19, or 20. It just is.
Yeah, once you have commitments, it's hard to go out there and give it all up and scratch and crawl.
Yeah, I'm not much into music. Sorry.
But so Indy posted the link for her next upcoming live stream, which is Friday night. And the first half, the first 2 hours is music, and then the second 2 hours is community chat.
And that's usually
Yeah,
when
it was.
you
They talked about politics last time.
Yeah, a lot of subjects are open.
Oh
Open.
yeah, yeah. Speaking of which, I got a bone to pick with you, Mary.
Oh, here we
Independent.
go.
I forgot all about it. Whoever that English dude was. No offense to English guys. I'm Scottish. I don't like any English guy. He got 7 to 8 minutes uninterrupted in his speech of his feelings. And I hardly get 60 seconds without getting jumped on by 3 or 4. I was quite jealous that you gave him that kind of time. But I was over it as soon as it happened.
Oh, were you talking about the guy that talked about
It doesn't
how
matter.
they got separated?
I'm just razzing. I'm just razzing Independent. It doesn't matter. I had a
Is
point.
that the one?
The important point of it is I have a point to razz her. It doesn't matter about how much time you had. What I could care less about that. It's a bunch of crap. What matters to me is I get to razz her, and that's important to me.
Keep her on her toes.
Yeah, that's the fun part. I could care less what happens.
The squeaky wheel gets the grease, right?
And I might get 5 more minutes next time.
Neil's a well-oiled machine.
Squeaky wheels also get replaced.
Yeah, unless they're irreplaceable.
In some political structures, they get shot.
This is true.
Yeah,
but also they also get taken as slaves and then elevated into positions of greatness because of what they are and who they are and what they know. And that happened to, I think, Theophocrates.
I was going to say, is your name Joseph?
No, Theophocrates or Theophocrates or something happened to him. Happened to
Moses.
Well, yeah, Moses. It happened to quite a few great philosophers back in the day. They were great. Their country was taken over. They were taken as slaves and instantly introduced to the emperor of the new person who slaved me freedom. Said, "No, you're going to be my head, whatever, because you're just so knowledgeable and benefit to whomever society you're a part of."
So how'd you find your Colombian emeralds there?
I had a buddy of mine hook me up, and I hopped on this cargo plane, and I jumped off into the mountains, and I saw these dudes digging, and I jumped them, and I took the shit, and I popped this little balloon thing. He lifted me there, and the cargo king picked me back up, and I got back here just yesterday.
That sounds like a
Well,
Bond
I can
movie.
tell you this. I will tell you this. You don't ever want to do that because
They ripped off my movie, man.
the drug lords are heavily into Colombian emeralds, so you wouldn't want to mess with those dudes.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said it the way I said it. Yeah, no, I was very privileged to get them. Yes. That's all I can say.
Think about it. If you're a Colombian drug lord, where are you going to put your money? You're going to look at every avenue, and Colombian emeralds would be a good one to put some money into. So that's why I would never get involved with the Colombian emeralds. I like them.
Who you know,
not
who you blow, huh? So I guess what Nick's saying is, don't piss Neil off. He must know somebody.
So I'm hearing that Neil's got narco connections.
No, yes and no. Yes. Well, yeah. Not in a I'm a unique guy, dude. Not in a drug way. In a philosophical way, I know people. And the upper echelon of any group is actually intelligent. That's why everyone else gets busted. It's just the business, and it is a business. So, yeah, I do know some people, but I don't know them in that manner. I know them
So,
in other manners, and in
so I was
other
going to
lights that they present themselves.
ask Minnie, not Mary. Uh,
Who's Minnie? I know Mary. She
so
just put her, she's hyping
is
some
Lady is
panel, like
Lady C
nickel
going
spectrum panel.
is Lady C going to be on next Friday show?
No cross channel talking on the channel now.
Speaking of business, Neil, how's the ironwork going?
I should have a job this week or next week for sure. It's looking actually short term good, real good. But it's regional. It's not nationwide. So the economic benefits will be regionally felt, not nationwide. I haven't heard of any other locals that are set up like our locals set up to where we have refineries and guaranteed work every 2 years for shutdown. And if you do 5 refineries shut down every 2 years, 2 months, that means you're not going a year without a 2 month 7/12s where you can money up for damn near the whole year. And we have that unique position here in this local. But there are green energy jobs that are kicking off throughout the nation to pick up in lieu of the non-building section of the work. So it's transitionally changing, and it's happened fast. We actually, I'm looking at probably a 3-month job doing solar panels. So our union board right now has like 120 guys, and then within a month we'll probably have 20. So it's actually looking pretty good short term.
Nice. Do you have to travel far for the job?
Right across the bridge, and I live just on this side of the bridge, so no. And actually, there's this other company that's probably going to be calling me after I start this one job. They'll call me to come back to this other job, and it's a 2-month long job. It's even closer, and I'll probably take it.
When you say the bridge, is that the bridge to Marin or?
It's the bridge.
Carquinez Straits.
The Carquinez Bridge.
Okay.
Also known as the Dick Zamper Bridge.
It's the Sacramento River going out to the bay by Vallejo.
Yeah.
Okay. I've been over that bridge.
Yeah, the new one I didn't even build. I was driving by it. I was working in San Jose as they were working by my house. It sucked, man. Like, you boys are working 1.5 miles away from my house, and I'm driving 60 miles one way through 11 million people. But whatever.
So you have no problem with heights, I take it.
I have never been higher than 6 foot, unless you're talking about weed. Yeah, I don't care, man. I've got pictures of me on the edge of a 50-story building, and people are so scared. And yeah, if I was thinking that my feet were going to be down on the ground, I'd be scared too. But I'm confident they're going to be right where they're supposed to be, 6 foot beneath me on the iron, and they're going to stay that way. And as long as your mind is set on where you're going to be, you usually end up there. It works that way for business too. It's called having visionary or something like that, where you like foresee yourself doing something and it happens. Well, I foresee myself walking on a solid surface. No matter how high up in there that surface is, it's going to be a solid surface I'm walking on, whether it's 10 foot or 1,000 foot. I'm only 6 foot above that solid surface. So unless there's a strong wind, I don't get any, ooh, shit, puckered asshole feelings. But I have had a few of those.
Well, yeah, people get blown off tops of buildings when they pick up sheet of
Oh,
metal
yeah.
and the wind comes through, they're gone.
Oh
man.
yeah, especially if you're doing decking.
Yeah. They just
Pick up a
take off.
3 foot wide.
And with you being as thin as a board already, you would just keep
Oh
on
yeah,
going.
no, I've already I go through when I was doing that stuff, I was going through all kinds of scenarios, and I had lots of safety set up for me, and I did have to use a couple of them when the wind did kick up, and a 25-foot long, 3 foot wide sheet of metal that weighs 300 pounds started to move on its own, and I was trying to hold it down. Yeah, it's scary
I
shit.
could tie a string
It's
around your
scary
toes,
shit.
fly you like a kite.
Yeah, it's part of the fun. That's why kids go in the military and do special operations right out of high school, or if they quit high school and go, they want the young ones that are dumb and gung ho. I didn't lose that until I was in my 40s. I felt young, dumb, and gung ho. Yeah, I was up on the 47th floor of a building at like 4:30 in the morning with loose decking. I was the first one on the job, and I had to run up there and take care of it by myself. And the wind was howling about 80 miles an hour, and the decking was one of the welds split, and it was starting to pound up and down, which was breaking all the other welds. And I had to cross about 20 foot on a beam, carrying a full thing of a welding lead, which was about 200 pounds, while this wind was blowing, not getting blown off the iron. And I had to throw it on this. Yeah, it was. I took the day off after that. I'm like, fuck this shit. I'm going home.
Yeah, you need to go work in Chicago and do that stuff on top of buildings.
No. It gets worse as you get colder, because then it gets even more slick.
Yeah, that I don't know. They're brave dudes. That's all I can
Yeah,
say.
yeah.
They ain't getting paid enough. I'm telling you
Well,
that.
they're not as brave as someone who does it for 30 years, but yeah, for 5 or 6 years, they're brave. I actually, dude, and I don't give a fuck. I don't care what state they're in, man. I have done more high rises. I'm almost positive. I have done more high rises. I've been in charge of the deck of more high rises than any working, living iron worker in America. I've done like 13 high rises in my career.
Hey, Neil.
That's a lot. That means you've been in for a while.
Hey, Neil, can you put it back to the normal screen view for a second?
No, because I'm getting high, and that looks cool.
Just for a sec.
Yeah, that's
The
becoming
aliens,
reality for Neil right about now.
the
There we
aliens kind of
That
freaking
looks
me out.
good.
Then make mine.
Come on, man. Do you have something against guys in orange suits? Oh, you're talking about the other alien.
The alien, yeah.
I just wanted anyone that just got here, if they didn't see Neil's osmium on the emerald, it's in the top right hand corner there.
Yeah, Neil is about. That alien might be a little thinner than he is, and that's with him eating cake, pie, candy,
I actually
everything
had,
else. He don't gain nothing.
Neil,
ate 2 3/4 pound cheeseburgers today.
I was looking at that letter H. In the future, can you have them make it such that the ends are
Rounded?
rounded? So
I can.
you can get an end mill in there and cut the letter.
Yeah. No.
right?
Yeah. I
And
could
then
probably.
make it
I could probably inset that if they were round. Yes, I see where you're going. And I could actually probably send that one back to them and have them cut it off and keep the 2 millimeter pieces and make something else out of it.
I still think you should go with doing a TIE fighter.
Now, that would be actually kind of cool.
Yeah. Just all you need is a little circle in the middle of the H.
What you would use is a piece of obsidian because it's black like space.
Yep.
Right? You do the TIE fighter, you actually have the little cockpit, whatever it is, visible, all that.
Yeah.
And you have it as a string tie or bolo tie clip. You follow me?
Yeah.
So it's large enough, it can sit there, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a TIE fighter.
Gotcha. And so it'll actually move freely. It's not actually fastened to the stone.
Yep. That's the way I understood it.
Like it's suspended. Is that right? I think that's a great idea. And I was thinking, since Neil's is got the crystals on both sides, his needs to be free floating like that too.
Yes, exactly.
So even thinking, like, you know how a disco ball is, so that when you shine a light on it, it refracts all around the room. I was wondering if there's a way with that H you can put it in something that would be like the inverse of that. So everything on the inside reflects in on the H.
Hold on a second here. Let me get back to page 1, and I think I've got something for you. You talking about those? Something like that?
Those are nice.
Because I think the color would reflect back in on those, because the way the color displaces on these kinds of stones, these agates, that's the reason why they have so many colors, is they throw the light back in so many different directions. So it's more likely that they would throw the light back in on itself as it's doing in its stone form now. That's what I'm saying. That's why you have the color differentials, is because it's throwing its light back in on itself and catching different crystallization formations in that stone, making you see the visual light of the green, purple, yellow, red, or on these other ones, the darker amber colors.
There's really cool new technology with like invisibility blankets.
Oh, yeah. I've seen those.
And it's apparently not all that expensive.
No, they're not. They're not expensive at all.
But I think the technology that's being used in that, or the fabric or the material they're using, could actually be there's something to that could be used, I think, for refracting light.
Oh, yeah.
It's like little micro LEDs that they use.
Well, once you're controlling the background behind you by what's in front of you, you can manipulate any way you want at that point in time. You just need the computer algorithm that'll do what you want. These ones here are pretty cool. Do you guys see this as full screen?
It's pretty good. We're still on the side panel there, but
that's quite all right. Unless you want it full screen.
Yeah, I think Tuli would like to see that. So
yeah, but these are, after I get better at doing cutting, these are like, this one's 325, 390, 400, 865, but they're like 24 and 16 and 12 karat. But they'd be perfect for, as like Salty was saying, if you get them, if I can get them to round off those, instead of square cut the letters round off, I could probably engrave any letter inside.
Yeah, you just use an end mill. Just you go down in, boom, and you mill it out. You just CNC the thing.
Right. So like an O or a 0 would be very, very easy to put in there.
Yeah, but a square wouldn't.
But even the letter H, is as long as the ends of the H are rounded instead of square as they are.
Yeah.
Drop that in.
Easy.
Yeah, because you get your tooling made to the same size.
Yep. Now this right here, you see these cuts on these ones here?
That's wild.
There's but you know what I see? I see, like, because there's like, this is 36 and 38 karat, and they did these awesome little cuts. You guys settle down.
You see the strips in there.
Well, I'm thinking having like gold come through here to help hold down the piece of osmium, and use this as a hold down, and the gold come across like this way and come across this way to hold the osmium down in the center. Or platinum even. And use these as a guideline for it. Like this one here comes up, holds down the osmium, holds down the osmium, and then you have a top piece, and it hangs in a necklace. But that's $1,600.
It is $1,600.
These ones are more.
I noticed that. Oh, you got citrine.
Citrine. This one here. Now, what I like, and I think that the Germans would eat this up. And what I'm looking for is to make pieces of jewelry that are industrial but different. And when you're talking industrial, these angles, like this angle's here, this is a hexagon.
Yeah,
If you
those are
stick,
60 degrees.
if you stick a circle inside a hexagon, that's an industrial feel to whatever you're going to do as a surround to hold it. You see what I'm saying?
I gotcha.
You got
That's
the
the
geometrical
train.
differences. That's why I don't like round on round. I'd like a round in a heart, round in an oval, or a square in an oval, or a round in a square, or a triangle even in here would be awesome.
No. That hexagonal one, you do a piece shaped like a bee.
Like a what?
A bee. What color is that? That looks like
Oh,
honey.
I see what you
What
mean.
shape
Yeah.
is that? It's honeycomb. You put a bee
True.
in there.
True. See, good call. Good call. And that's big enough carrot to do something like that. That's the stuff I'm talking about, guys. And it can be done just by ordering this stuff. Hop on CNC machine or get a little piece of equipment, do it yourself if you don't have the connections. And like these right here, I don't even know what these are. Maldives, whatever, Moldavite.
Moldavite.
They're
That is
about,
an ugly color.
yeah, it is. But it's cool. Now here you go.
You know how they get Moldavite?
No, I do not.
It's really like lays. It's like practically laying on the ground.
Really?
when they find. Mm-hmm.
Here, Oregon
It's
sunstone.
in Europe. They get that. It comes from Europe mostly.
But see, if we get pieces like these ones I'm showing you that are in the hundreds of dollars and add stuff to it, you're talking a couple $1,000.
That's $2,000 that right there.
Yeah. So if you add something in there, you add that price to it, then you make a piece of jewelry, you're talking a $10,000 piece.
Yeah.
And if you do, and back to my industrial design, hold on a second. Okay, there's 8 of you guys here. All right. Don't be spreading shit around. I was told the jewelries they want or they're looking for because of what they've got going over in Germany. They're big on their high-end sales are going industrial feel in the jewelry. And that's why I'm coming with the angle more of industrial at first, because that's where we can get high dollar sales.
You mean like that hexagonal shaped cut gem?
Yeah, and like inset it with whatever leather or something like it's like this one on the left here, this red one, this Oregon one. Put a square or something or a circle in there or a C or an S, something that doesn't fit in an oval shape. That is the industrial artistic.
You mean like a company logo type of thing?
It could be anything, something that doesn't belong, that's geometrically, two geometrical formats that don't fit each other together is industrial. And their high-end sales, from what I've seen from their jewelry, it seems to be going to the mindset of the people. I've seen some of the stuff Scarlett's put out, $300,000-$400,000 per piece, and it's all got that industrial feel to it. So if we want to get the high-dollar, high-end money for jewelry that we create, you want to go with a feeling of an industrial type, and that's angles inside angles for whatever the piece and everything else is. Add that angle differential in there, and it adds that industrial feel, that mindset of rich person in Europe that's been buying this shit for 6 figures is buying it for. So you have a chance of spending $2,000 for this gem, have a piece of osmium made that would fit an industrial feel for that gem, and then turn it into a necklace or something and ask $30,000. And you can probably get it.
And the 3 questions the 3 things you got to find out about a gemstone: is it natural, heated,
Yeah.
or is it lab grown? Because lab grown can be cheap.
No good. Yeah,
And
stay
by
away
the way,
from lab grown and heated.
The trend for retail jewelry now, they're going a lot towards lab grown.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Probably because it's more perfect.
Well, no, it's cheaper. It's cheaper on them to buy, and they can get a better resale price off of it. Their ratios, they're
Oh, okay. So it's better. It's better.
better for them because they can. They can,
Profit margin.
right.
But I do think with diamonds, it's more perfect, and that's where the value, from what I understand, with diamonds comes in, is the imperfections give a certain look to it, whereas the lab made diamonds look too perfect and
Yeah.
almost like glass.
Yep.
Yeah, they are
Cubic
perfect. The
circles.
lab grown for most cases is a perfect diamond.
My wife's engagement ring, I got a lab grown diamond. It looks absolutely beautiful. Beautiful.
What it does, what it's like, if you've got the same, let's say you get a lab grown for a 3 carat lab grown. Well, you're going to get that cheaper than if you found it naturally.
Oh, absolutely.
Because if
Yeah.
you find a perfect diamond that's 3 carat that's natural, the price is going to be phenomenal.
Well, first
And
off,
the
it's
lab
got to be
grown
about an 8 carat
a
stone to
cheaper
get a
way to
3
get it.
carat out of it. Those
So-
stones have to be big to get that carat weight out of them, and to find one that big that's that perfect is rare.
But you can't tell the difference. So
Nope,
unless
damn sure can't.
unless you're professional and you know how to test it, you
And
cannot tell the difference in it.
That's a moral dilemma when coming to making and selling of jewelry and profit margin. I say don't be driven by greed. If you got a good product, it'll sell. But everyone does their own thing.
You know, well, JTV is almost exclusively gem grown stones, and
Yeah.
they were introduced back when I was watching them about probably 5 years ago, and they kept bring. They didn't hardly have anything that was lab grown, and then but they kept introducing it. Hey, you there's lab grown. There you can get lab grown. Now they're selling it, so I think they were trying to get people used to the idea. And some people have nothing to do with the lab grown. They don't want it. It's fake to them.
Yeah.
It's not.
It
tests
it's
like
like
a real one.
I'd rather have
tests
lab
the
grown because you can get it to the exact tolerances you want. I mean,
yeah.
I didn't get my tool steel tappets, but I got some really nice EDM engraved tappets for an oil hole and everything. And you can't do that without high tech stuff. So a lab for a diamond, I just look at it as the same thing. It's nicer.
I see here this one, this 2.58 Mexican cherry fire opal faceted freedom cut. How weird shaped it is. To stick a letter in this offset, and then to have it set offset in its setting, that thing would sell.
That looks like it would be a company logo type thing.
I think the letter S would be awesome in that because it would kind of be like a deformed Superman.
Exactly, and that's an industrial look. That's the industrial look of a high-end clientele that I've seen the jewelry that they've been purchasing. That's the look that they seem to go for most. And what I like about this stuff is like this, even though it's too small, it's almost 1 carat. It's a Mexican fire opal. See that imperfection right here? When you do a drill out right here, you're cutting out 60% of that imperfection and sticking the osmium in there. So you're actually increasing the price of this opal because they're pricing it in with the perfection being all the way through it. And you're cutting out this part of the imperfection and sticking the osmium in there. So there's only like 40% of the thing is imperfect instead of the whole 100%. So
I think that's genius. What do you think, Nick?
Oh, no, wait. That imperfection, it starts at around 2 o'clock near the center, and it kind of spirals out clockwise out to the edge back to around 2 o'clock. You can do something with that. You just got to figure out how to turn that into something that you want.
Maybe throw an S or an S in there like that.
That's making me think of like a scorpion's tail, a stinger, right?
But see, it's only 1 carat. But that kind of thing, the reason why it's cheap, it's only $140.
That one, I'm thinking of Pac-Man.
Perfection.
Yeah.
So if you use the imperfections in the gems,
Yeah.
like Wealth was just saying, these gems have more value to them. Or if you do it my way and say, hey, you can cut it out and get rid of most of the imperfection, that increases the price of the gem. Then you add the osmium and make something new out of it. You have an increased more value gem on top to start with. There's several ways to go about it.
Yeah.
And all of these.
Remember the legend of the Pink Panther and the Pink Panther movie series? It
Yeah.
was a diamond that had an imperfection that looked like a Pink Panther,
That's
Yep.
right.
right? So you use those imperfections to
Like-
make your thing a more unique piece of art.
Like if this piece right here, if that was gold in there, like say 1 gram of gold still in the stone, this would probably be $1,000, even though it's not $1,000 worth of gold.
That little backwards comma thing right there in that turquoise, that's looks like some of the notation that they use in music, doesn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah. And that's where when we get into rocks and stuff like that, I want to get a different style rocks that look like you could kind of see a galaxy in it, and then put the 2 millimeter squares where the stars of the galaxy would be, and then call that piece that galaxy. I've used the Little Dipper as an example, but that's similar to what I'm talking about when it comes to insetting in like stones. Like say
Looks
this
like
looks like
Cuba.
say
It was
Huh?
like Cuba to me. Cuba
Yeah,
in the
well,
ocean.
yeah,
An island anyway.
everyone sees other different things, so you do different things with it. It makes it more valuable because it's unique and different and new, and you can increase the value of your investment in precious metal almost instantaneously.
Was that backward question mark copper?
What's that?
That imperfection in the turquoise up top, what was it? A backward question mark? Was that copper?
Probably iron.
Iron?
Yeah.
Right there.
One down, one row down. There you go, right there. Second
Yeah.
from the right.
That looks like the notation that's used in music. Hold on.
Yeah, I was curious though what we thought the mineral was embedded in there. Was it?
I don't know. It could be.
I was guessing copper.
Nah, it might be lead, zinc.
It seems to appear in many of the pieces. Very similar. So
Yeah. So there was
what's most common in turquoise?
There's
Yeah,
a
whatever
lot.
the
Turquoise
mineral
comes from
composition.
I was going to say turquoise comes from a lot of it comes from out in the southwest, and they have a lot of copper as well.
You got New Mexico, I think, has it.
It's quite possible. Whatever it's throughout a lot of those gems.
Copper and aluminum.
Whatever vein they hit, it was all throughout the vein.
It says turquoise is an opaque blue to green mineral that is a hydrous phosphate of copper and aluminum. So I'm
Okay,
starting to think
so
that
that's why it doesn't have the copper gleam. It's got some aluminum to it. Okay,
Ah,
that was why I was kind of doubtful of copper, because you always think of the color of copper, but with aluminum in it, that would be perfect right there with the copper aluminum mix. That would be what it would look like.
very cool.
But that actually explains the one to the right of it looking more like copper. It has less of the aluminum to it in that vein, and then on the one on the left of it probably is the camera sheen.
The best turquoise is called Sleeping Beauty, and it's mined out, so it is very, very valuable now. And it is almost perfect blue with no impurities in it.
Yeah, those ones are hard to come by. But I mean, you look at all these stones, you can get different ideas for each and every one of them by the design to see which one you think would fit for that design. This gives a good size comparison right there. That's what I like. That's the 10 karat.
Lapis.
Yeah, that's a decent size. That's definitely a
Now-
decent size. And you can see the other mineral right here in that.
When you see lapis, when you see it completely blue with no spots, no spots or anything like iron or anything in it, that's been bleached. Now,
Yeah.
Now that
Like this one here.
yeah,
That one probably
it's
been
got
bleached.
it's got some other colors in it, so that's natural
Yeah.
lapis. I like the treated lapis. I just think it's prettier. So I do
And
like
that's-
the treated lapis. So.
Again, that's why there's no right and wrong in jewelry. There's
Now,
always
there's an
someone who
expensive
will.
stone. That Larimar, that is turquoise on steroids. That is high. That's high stuff, man. I mean, there's better pieces. If you get a really good piece of that, that's expensive. That comes from like it's the one next to Haiti, Dominican Republic. That comes from the Dominican Republic.
These would all make great necklaces. And I'm not a girl, so I mean, it could make something even better. All I know about is necklaces. But see, there's all kinds of different things that we could talk about this stuff. I'm gonna take this off the screen now. I just wanted everyone to get a better idea of how you increase your value.
They mine the lapis. You know how they do it? They hang from ropes on the cliff sides, and that's how they mine it.
That's like how they get. I think it's Nepal. I don't know. Somewhere in Indonesia, there's this type of honey. It's up underneath a outcropping of a large outcropping of stone, and they use bamboo string or rope and ladders come off the edge of it and take these long bamboo knives and about 20 foot long with a knife on the end of it, and they cut it and let it drop like 80 to 100 foot. The people down underneath it gather it up. It's the only place that the honey grows in that country. It's somewhere in Indonesia. It's the most dangerous honey production place in the world, actually.
There's also pearls. You didn't show any of those. You can get pearls odd shape.
Yeah, no, and I just wanted to increase everyone's what their creativity level as to what could be possible. That's why I was showing that different stuff, and I was happy that everyone was throwing different ideas up, showing that each and everyone has something they can do to make money, a lot of money per capita for gaining on precious metals over than waiting for the market to increase the gain in the metals. That's my main objective, to get that point across, because this is a new product line. Right now, it's being sold only to high end. That's why I keep mentioning the industrial look and design, because the high end market right now that it's got is in Europe, and they're paying, well, I'm sure the rings are probably 12 to 13,000, but I've seen necklaces that are 180,000, ear muff thingies that are 150,000. I mean, they're going high dollar with this stuff, and it all has an industrial feel to it. And that's why I was pushing that out, because I could actually, I can get a direct line to Scarlett, and and I don't care who produces it. I'll help you get rid of it. I'll help you sell it by getting it straight into her hands, and to see if she can't get it sold through her market and get you top dollar for that piece. It's not like I want any money off of it. I want everyone else to make money and come to the table with their ideas. I just see a great opportunity.
It would look sharp with Tahitian pearls too. So
yeah, no, there's so many things. I'm actually really excited after I do some of the insets on these different gems and stuff. I'm interested in finding slabs of rock that are thinly cut, where it's transparent, where I can, when I look at it, I can say, "Ooh, that looks like the Andromeda Galaxy," and then I can find out what star constellations in that galaxy, and I can inset and make it, then call it that star constellation. That kind of stuff is what, quote unquote, I get excited about. But I see profit margin in other stuff.
How do those Tahitian pearls compare to those beautiful silvery Japanese ones that start with that?
a koi.
Yeah.
A koi, my personal favorite is a koi. That's traditional Japanese. They invented the process. They know their business. China has stolen a lot of their processes. It's very big in China. That's why ships are not allowed into certain areas. They start getting upset. And Tahitians are the darker colored pearls. They're awesome. South Sea, the South Sea pearls look like gold. I mean, they're awesome. So it's up to the individual. A lot of women prefer Tahitian. A lot of women South Sea. prefer the traditional Japanese. So I've got some Akoya pieces. I've got some pretty nice ones. And then usually, if they're real or not. You know how you test them, you use your teeth. But if it's got a 14 karat clasp on it, they're most likely, it's about a 90% chance they're real. Also, the way they're tied, if they're knotted 3 times between each one, it's a good sign that they are the real deal. So that's what I go by when I deal with those. So that's what I look for. But the Tahitian pearls are awesome. They are. They look like dark gray or black, and they're pretty awesome. And the South Sea ones, they're nice too because they got a golden. They look like gold.
I'm gonna have to look those up because I bet my wife would love that.
That's what I was telling you about that area of the world, man. I was like, look over there for a market.
And the 2 most valuable ones are the really big ones, and if they can match them, it's hard to match them. That's why they're valuable, because to get a string of them, they have to match the sizes, and that's not easy. It takes a lot of time to do it, and that's another reason why they're so high. And also the little mini ones, because they got them out of the process of cultivating them, and they got them early, so therefore they cost you a lot too, because they didn't get a chance to get bigger. So those are the middle-sized ones are probably the cheapest ones. But pearls, they're fascinating.
Do the farmers just not want to harvest them when they're small? Is that it?
I think that overall they bring the ones I see that sell the most are the bigger ones. So by them, it's kind of like a cow or a beef. If you get calf liver, it's expensive because you have to get it from a calf. That calf will never reach.
Yeah,
you're losing full production.
Right. So it's kind of like that in the same similar type of fashion. So, but I'm a huge Akoya fan. I just think they're the best pearls, and they've been around the longest. It's traditional, so that's my favorite.
Right. Yeah, I think they're absolutely beautiful with that silvery look that they have.
I wonder how they'd look with a piece of osmium inset into them. Get the less than perfect ones and just inset it where the imperfection is. Take the imperfection out of it and get it for a cheap price. All right. So does anyone else have anything?
I was going to say that's good. I didn't really know very much about pearls at all, so that was.
I knew absolutely crap.
And what's the name of the area that the golden ones come from? South Sea?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
See, now your baroque are the weird, odd shaped ones that look like a beehive and all this other. Those are pretty cool too, and they're a lot popular than they were. One time you could get them for nothing because nobody wanted them because they weren't round. Now they go big bucks too. I mean, so
it's one of those times, get in early, get in when everyone's getting out. Speaking of which, that's why I'm looking at here in the couple month future. As soon as palladium gets down closer to 600, I might start buying palladium.
Do you want to incorporate that into jewelry or no?
I will, because it's got a different look to it. I want to combine.
I would say that definitely the golden South Sea is the most valuable of those. The charcoal colored Tahitians are the most valuable of those, and of course, a koi, it's got to be white, perfectly round. Those are the most valuable that match.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what. So if you're going to go South Sea, the golden ones are the ones. They're the premium.
Yeah. No, my wife's Asian. She loves everything gold.
Oh, that's why I'm looking for an Asian. I'm looking for an Asian.
Thailand. Get yourself a girl that comes from the country, not the big city. Raised on a farm, preferably.
Where do you order them at? Is there an address?
She can cook. She works as a cook at a Thai restaurant.
Hey, Salty, That'll be a problem for me. My wife won't like that.
Dag
Oh.
nabbit. Oh, hey, what's up, Julie?
Well, tell her you're not getting a second wife. You're just getting a girlfriend.
Oh, she'd be widowed. You wouldn't have me on this stream for much any longer.
Yeah, no, it's like my wife wakes me up in the morning. I had a dream you had a girlfriend, and she was all mad at me. It's like, what the heck? It's your dream.
Well, how am I responsible?
I don't want to stereotype too much, but I've heard that's fairly common for Asian wives.
They are very family oriented. So
Yeah, that's true.
unlike the American women. American women, it's all about themselves. Asian
Yeah.
women, it's family.
Very much so.
Now, how'd you meet her?
I met her on Match, right?
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, I look at
get this. She worked at this place about 70 miles away out and kind of in the sticks, right? And she included her name in her username on Match, right? So it's like, wait a second, that doesn't look like a regular username. That looks like somebody's name. So I just Googled her name in the city she's in. It pulled up her Facebook thing. I created a Facebook account and I sent her email, and that's how I met her. So it's like, I didn't even end up paying Match for their subscription.
Wow, that's a home run.
Yeah.
So she was already
That's a
here?
pretty good story.
Yes,
So
she
you're
was
saying-
already here.
Okay. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
she was,
on an unrelated note, Nickel, your profile picture looks like the gopher from Caddyshack.
It is.
It is.
Okay. Okay. I'm looking. That's driving me crazy. I've kept looking at it. Wanted to ask, like, that looks just like the gopher from Caddyshack.
Yeah, he's all right. Dun, dun. I always think when I hear that song, I think of him.
I love it. The end of the movie when Bill Murray's blown up the whole golf course and the gopher survives and he comes out of the hole and he's kind of shaking things off and blows some smoke off and starts grooving a little bit to the music.
Yeah. Back those days, you could make movies and it wouldn't offend people.
The gopher was like of the mindset, it was only a flesh wound.
I've still got another leg. I can bite you. Come back here.
Me.
So we better tell Thule. Thule, Neil got him some really nice, expensive Colombian emerald. I knew it was Colombian as soon as I saw him. And he put the H on there. So you better watch the video.
Get that picture. You want to see that?
JM's putting it up right now. That's not the one, JM. There you go.
She's speechless. She's not saying nothing. I said, well, Thule would like to see that. We captured the picture for you.
That's just a screenshot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And my cameras, I've got a $400 laptop. Their camera's not the best.
And I know Neil shelled out the dough. He shelled out the dough for those two size Colombian emeralds because I know about what they go for. And let me put it this way: I don't have any of that size, so I can tell you.
Got to put it full screen for her. She's squinting trying to see that.
Oh my goodness gracious! If you come backstage, I'll put it full screen for you.
There you go.
And that's a screenshot from live streaming in only 720. Beautiful.
It is actually. I'm glad I got those emeralds. I was questioning it because of the source, but they came through. Yeah, I only got two.
Most sought after emerald that there is Colombian. That's top. That's the top one. Everybody wants Colombians. Like rubies that come from Larimar. That's the top ruby everybody wants. because it looks like pigeon blood color. That's perfect. That's a perfect emerald when it looks like pigeon blood. And if you've ever wounded a pigeon shooting with a BB gun or something, the blood color there, that's what they're talking about.
Yeah, thanks for that graphic, man.
What? So pigeons bleed green?
No.
He's talking about
Rubies
pigeon
are red.
blood rubies.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, what?
My wife's calling. I'm gonna have to mute my.
He's like, damn, Neil beat me to it.
Salty's wife had the dream again. He's in trouble.
Yeah, she's watching the live stream.
Yeah, she heard about the South Sea pearls, and she's getting interested now.
He's like,
Well,
you
he
better
said-
order 6 of them gold pearls, brother.
He
You
said
ain't coming home
she
tonight.
loves gold. She may have heard the word gold and Salty, give me some more gold.
All right, I'm back.
Right on.
We were just spending some money for you, Salty.
Oh,
Telling you need to buy your wife some more gold.
oh, okay. But before she gets more stuff, I need a new solid roller cam and some headers.
Sounds like a fair deal.
Yeah.
Priorities.
That's it. Priorities. Let's stick with platinum. All right, guys. I think I'm gonna end this. Hey, Tully, you want to come up, get in the backstage? I'm gonna keep people together for the backstage. Anyone who wants. Oh wow, it changed up to jewelry. Imagine that. All those little bitty diamonds. Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream. It's been 4.5 hours almost, guys. For anyone who wants to stay backstage, you're welcome to. Anyone who wants to join the thing,
I guess that means she's not coming if she said negative.
that's cool. You don't have to be here. I didn't take a shower anyhow. All right. Well, I'm gonna have it. You guys have a great night.
I'm gonna head out too.
Oh, right on. Thank you for coming up here, brother. I know it's late over there on the East Coast.
No, I'm right across the bay.
Oh, you're over here?
Yeah.
I thought you were on East Coast.
No, I'm in Santa Rosa, man. I worked at Mare Island, remember?
Oh, okay. I forgot. I've been smoking all night. What you talking about?
You've been smoking a lot.
We've been online for 4.5 hours. I've been through 2 bowls.
All right. Well, you guys have a good night. Thank you all.
All right.
Good
Good
chatting
night.
with you. Have a good night.
Good night, everybody. Have a good week.
And I am going to end the stream. Silverboy, Tully, C4, everyone else is here. I appreciate it. I might do a random live on Friday if I can get a hold of Friday or Saturday if I can get a hold of Yara. Otherwise, it'll be Sunday. I'll see you guys there. And for everyone who wants to stay backstage, stay put.